Hello. Hello,
Is this
everyone.
thing on? Is
Are
this
we
thing
coming?
live?
It's been so long since I've done this. Please let everyone let us know if things are okay.
Are we doing it live?
Oh my God. It's the election. Oh, we did it, everyone. Let's go.
Yeah. Yeah, let's go.
Oh,
Let's go to
um,
the polls, that is.
talk. Why don't you walk two of the polls and
Mm-hmm.
vote on that thing?
Vote on that thing.
Hi, everyone. It's been a year,
It's
and
been 2 years.
it's been a very long time, and I'm I'm barely even awake anymore. I've been watching a bunch of old videos of Trump rallies and grifts and gaffs and fun stuff
Goofs.
like that. And there are obviously there's some information coming in. Let's see if I can get. Did I prep this correctly? Let's see here. We've got what am I looking at? Is there a window capture? Yes,
What
there
are
we
you looking
go.
at?
There's results. Let's cut to it. There we go.
It's
Look at
not
that.
looking good for Kamala. She lost West Virginia.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
It's obviously none of this matters right now because it's still so early, but it's 270 to win. Trump is at 95 because we've got Florida projected for Trump, Alabama, Mississippi, Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia, Indiana, South Carolina, and Oklahoma, while Harris is so far looking like Maryland, Vermont, Massachusetts, Connecticut. But again,
Did you
anybody's game.
did you hear they're not gonna have the needle at the New York Times
They're on
this
strike, right?
year? Yeah, they're not going to do the needle because the New York Times Tech Union is on strike, has been on strike for like a month,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, they so they just can't. Well, there are consequences to not properly negotiating with your unions.
There you go. Well, we'll keep an eye on all of this. Obviously, it's going to be quite a long time before we see anything worthwhile, I guess. Elliot, what did you see in the news today? Did you see Rudy Giuliani showed up and in a convertible that he's apparently has to give away as part of his settlement?
I mean, he does owe a lot. I haven't watched the news. I've been like pretty checked out today. All I saw is that Trump and Elon are spending election night together, which is has the potential to be extremely funny when Trump loses those states that Elon was campaigning in.
Yeah. I'm trying to check. You guys are very kind, all of the new members and everyone leaving the thanks and everything. I literally cannot scroll in the YouTube app thing to see everyone's names, or I would call you out by name. So, just a collective thank you to everyone who's becoming a member. I don't know if our channel has the ability for people to gift memberships. I heard that was a thing at some point,
Yeah.
but let us know about that. But anyways, yeah, Rudy Giuliani went and voted in his convertible. I'm drinking a nondescript energy drink to stay awake.
Yeah, which one? Bang?
Celsius,
Celsius.
because they have like 1,500 flavors at the 7-Eleven.
This is America.
Yeah, and
We
that's what
drink
you get.
Fahrenheit.
This is the illusion of choice.
Wow, we have almost 8,000 people watching.
Hell
That's
yeah!
so weird. That's so strange.
Thank
I
you for
can't,
joining us.
what did we peak at in 2020, do you think?
I think we were at like 10,000 or something.
Okay, so
Yeah.
this is off to a tremendous start. Thank you to everyone
Incredible
who
stuff.
did as we asked, as
Mm-hmm.
we commanded, and went to the link and hit the notify button. I've been just checking, not even on purpose, just referencing, and people have been hanging out in this chat for like 5 days.
Love
There's
you.
been a low-level
Amazing.
chat room going here for the whole time. So like again, the only social media you don't need Elon. You just need our comment section.
Yeah. We do have some things to talk about and share. Elliot, do you want to talk about potentially before we got Trump? There was a very brief, actually, it wasn't brief. It just in retrospect seems brief, but there was a time when there were some other candidates in the race trying to be the Republican nominee for president.
Oh, you're talking about this time because
Yeah.
I flashed back to 2016,
Yeah,
that
no.
primary. But yeah, I literally forgot there was a primary this time around because Trump did not participate in that primary at all.
No.
And everyone that did participate in it gave up pretty fucking fast. Like I think before the primaries were even done.
Yeah.
And so it was just a bunch of people, trying their best to be like, hey, maybe hitching our wagon to Donald Trump again is a bad idea.
But
And I believe all of whom immediately went and be like, actually, I love Donald Trump and I will lay down my sword for Donald Trump. But yeah, it was a wild little period. They had like 5 debates that were, again, it was just the losers table competing for homecoming king. And there were some good moments in there. We had the Chris Christie Donald Duck moment.
I like to call him Donald Duck.
Absolute banger. That's actually the only moment from any of those debates that I remember. But the actual primary campaigning season,
we had Lil Ron DeSantis.
So I believe Ron was the first one to announce his intention to run, and
yeah,
I
have the article pulled up here.
He did so in a new and interesting way that ended up being a prophecy of how things would turn out for the Ron DeSantis 2024 campaign.
Yeah.
He used Twitter Spaces. He placed his trust in Elon Musk, much as President Trump is currently placing his trust in Elon Musk, and it worked out very poorly.
Mm-hmm. That's correct. Yes.
And I believe we have some clips of it. It's literally just the Twitter Spaces of like echoing and Elon being like, is this thing on? Is it turned on? I don't know what's happening.
The New York Times, I'm going to look up and see, I'm going to open up your doc that had that stuff in it and see if I can find it. But let's see. Election night B-roll. Do we have Musk in here? Where is it? Oh, you did have putting Ron.
Oh yeah. So that's when Trump, DeSantis, did he declare his candidacy before or after Trump? Because DeSantis, I feel like it was early. It was over a year ago.
DeSantis was May 24th, 2023. Or late May 2023.
When did Trump declare? Because there was a little while.
He came in late, I thought.
There was a little while where people were like, he doesn't have it in him. He's not going to do it again. But I think as soon as people like Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley were like, okay, the Republican Party needs to make some changes. He was like, excuse me? Excuse me? Are you talking about me? I don't think so.
Hello.
I don't think so. I think we need to keep things exactly the way they are.
I'm trying to add the putting Ron in here. I need to add our stuff too. Let's see. I got to add us to... Let's see. Sorry, this is again, I haven't streamed in years, so all of this is new to me.
Streaming is for perverts. And for just this one night.
That's what
one night every 2 to 4 years, we engage in a little bit of pervertry.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
A little bit. We get goofy. We get a little bit. We get a little bit goofy.
We copy this. I guess I could just play it on this. Let me see. Media source. Putting Ron. There it is. Okay, let's see if it works. Let's see it. Hold on. Okay.
Ron DeSantis loves sticking his fingers where they don't belong. And we're not just talking about pudding. DeSantis has his dirty fingers all over senior entitlements. Like cutting Medicare, slashing Social Security,
getting it centered. There we go.
Even raising our retirement age. Tell Ron DeSantis to keep his pudding fingers off our money.
It's tough to do.
Oh, can somebody get this man a spoon?
Make America Great Again Inc. is responsible
like just the
for the
delay
content
from the stream.
Yeah. All right. Well, there's putting Ron.
That's so gross.
Yes.
Like even just a reenactment of that. And so that for those who don't have every fucking weird ass moment of this election cycle imprinted in your minds the way we do, this arose out of an article about Ron DeSantis. And one of the details was, well, it was a lot of like people who've worked with him being like, he's a fucking weird guy. he raw dogs flights, and this is before raw dogging flights was even a thing people talked about. They're just like, yeah, he sits on planes, he just stares ahead of him, and they're like, yeah, one time he wanted some pudding, and he just ate it with his fingers because there was no spoon. And it's just like, that's so disgusting. I don't know why that's so disgusting, but it is. It's nasty. You're a real nasty boy.
Well,
like, if I'm getting if you hand me a pudding cup and I have no spoon, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna lift that thing up.
Yeah,
I'm gonna suck it down.
You just
I'm gonna glug glug glug.
take it.
I'm
not gonna squeeze it.
I'm not sticking my fingers in there and then licking them. This
fingers
gross.
are disgusting.
Yeah,
but okay, so he did announce. This is the beginning, really, as far as officially, of Elon Musk throwing his hat into the 2024 election, because he was so pumped about Ron DeSantis. In fact, that's where that quote, the previous tweet where Musk said that President Trump was obviously too old to serve, there's just no possible way, that was because of his support for Ron DeSantis. So obviously he wanted to roll out the red carpet for Ron DeSantis and allow him to announce his candidacy on the Everything app that was formerly known as Twitter. And from the New York Times, it was the announcement not heard around the world. Ron DeSantis plotted to open his presidential campaign early Wednesday evening with a pioneering social media gambit, introducing himself on an audio-only Twitter forum with Elon Musk. A voice cut in. Then two, Mr. Musk's, only to disappear again. Now it's quiet, someone whispered. This was true. We've got so many people here, we're kind of melting the servers, said David Sachs, which is a good sign. And then, yeah, I mean, everyone knows what happened then after that. It was just chaos, just a bad production overall. And Elon Musk figuring out that maybe it takes more than a handful of loyalists to run a company. I mean, when you have Twitch and YouTube perfecting HD video streaming on a scale that is unprecedented, and your platform can't even host an audio live stream, is insane.
Yeah, there's Elon's defenders were like, he's trying something that's never been done before. And it's like, what? No, we've had this for like 20 years. This is how Mark Cuban got rich.
Yeah, he put radio
on
the internet.
Like 1999. Like, it's not complicated. And if it is complicated, whoever programmed it did it fucking wrong. Either they did it wrong, or you fired the guy who knows how to actually set it up and thought you could do it yourself because you're such a big old brain genius.
Yeah. And then there was also Vivek Ramaswamy.
You butchered that name.
Vivek Ramaswamy.
That's right. You said Ramaswamy.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did. Everyone heard it.
I didn't say that. Didn't say it.
Everybody heard it.
Everybody.
He said Vivek Ramaswamy.
I'm trying to remember anything that I know that stuff happened with him. I didn't go that far back in my research for the live stream. So, everyone ended the looks like they ended their campaigns in around January of this year, and that's when they all endorsed Donald Trump. But he was like this year's like tech nerdy guy. JD Vance ended up being the VP pick, but Vivek was the
pick me pick.
Yeah.
I've never seen a man debase himself, a non-white man debase himself for a rich white man as much as Vivek Ramaswamy has this year. The crowning moment was just weeks ago when Trump rode around the garbage truck and Vivek came with him.
He had to sit in the back.
Vivek not even sit in the back. He had to stand in the back. He had to
actually load the garbage.
The back of the truck. Yeah, Trump was just the driver. No, Vivek, you get the garbage. You know a thing or two about garbage, don't you? I've seen the Ganges. Disgusting.
We were talking about it yesterday about how there was a Huffington Post article that brought up the fact that Latino voters were confused as to why Trump was driving a garbage truck just days after that Kill Tony guy at Madison Square Garden mentioned that Puerto Rico was a floating island of garbage, because not everyone is so connected online that they understand every single fucking reference. So when they see Trump in a garbage truck and have only heard the gigantic news that someone related to his campaign called an entire country garbage, they're going to connect that instead of the thing that Joe Biden slipped up and said.
Yeah, no, Trump and everyone around him and all of his supporters are way too online. And the average person is not that online. They have other shit going on. And so on like if on a Saturday, one of Trump's surrogates calls Puerto Rico an island of garbage, and then on a fucking Sunday, Joe Biden calls Trump supporters garbage, and then on a Monday, Trump drives around in a garbage truck, there's a decent chance you didn't see the one in the middle. You just saw the first one and the third one, and you're like, hey, what the fuck? He's really doubling down on that, isn't he?
Yeah.
Jesus, what an asshole.
It just comes off as very rude.
What a fucking chingon.
Yeah. Let's see here. We also had Nikki Haley. Yeah, Chris Christie. Not exactly a
Dream team?
no competitor to Trump, although that's what he ended up being, was independent candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Oh yeah,
who is
RFK.
apparently still on the ballot in some states. Couldn't
Yeah, he was on the LA ballot when I filled it out. I almost voted for him just for fun.
just for fun. Hold on.
What does it voting in LA for the president, voting anywhere in California for the president, it's the least interesting part of the ballot. She's gonna fucking eat his ass in the California ballot. Devour that ass.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, you can have fun with it.
Do you want to go over all the fun Robert F. Kennedy stuff?
I mean, so there's first there was the article by Olivia Nuzzi about his disgusting car, and then she wrote in that car and said, I want to fuck that guy. And they had a
I'm talking about the entire campaign, not just the scandal.
No, I know, I'm getting to the other stuff. It's a lot of stuff. So she saw the filthy death machine car full of dogs and said, I'm gonna have a online affair with this man. And then he went to Muscle Beach, and I'm like, okay, yeah, this guy's looking pretty jacked. But then he couldn't do like more than 3 push-ups, which is weird because like he's definitely got pecs. So I'm like, I don't know what that's about. And a lot of people had theories about like what that could mean. Most of which indicated that he is on some sort of unnatural growth regimen. Let's see what else. Oh, it came out that he had 11 years ago, a mysterious black bear had been found in Central Park.
Yeah,
killed.
I got the story pulled up here from the AP. Independent presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. once retrieved a bear that was killed by a motorist and left it in New York's Central Park with a bicycle on top, sparking a mystery that consumed the city a decade ago. Kennedy described the 2014 incident in a video that was posted to social media Sunday, adding that it would be included in a New Yorker article that he expected to be damaging. The article was published Monday and included a photo of Kennedy with his fingers in the bear's bloodied mouth, a mock grimace on his face. His left pant leg appears to have a blood stain on it. And so this was to get out ahead of this. This was he filmed a video with Roseanne, and even Roseanne, as far gone as she is.
Okay, cool. Okay.
He was like, I got to get a comedian in here to really soften the blow, and we're all just joking. So I'm going to tell this jokey story about me and this incredible, beautiful bear.
Yeah, it reminded me a lot of like Nathan Fielder. He did this on Nathan For You and on all of his shows. He's done this where he's like an awkward character trying to tell a story in a funny way, but it's just like it does not come off that way at all. It comes off as desperate and weird, and it had the same vibe as that. Where even Roseanne was just like, oh yeah, okay, so you put it in your car. Oh, yeah, of course. And then you dumped it in and you put a bicycle next to it to blame it on cyclists. Yeah. Very normal.
I tried to start a poll. Let me see if it worked.
I see it.
Hey, look. That's going to be the most accurate poll you've ever seen.
Yep.
We love polls, don't we, folks?
But that was one of multiple animal stories
about
RFK desecrating animals. There was one that was part of a larger story where allegedly he went to Korea and participated in some sort of dog meat festival. and ate some dog and took a picture of himself holding a big rack of dog with his mouth open, like ha ha ha. And he texted his friend, being like, "You got to try it. It's actually really good." And then there was the whale that was an old story that his daughter told years and years ago that got resurfaced. But yeah, they were somewhere on the East Coast. There was a beached whale, and RFK Jr. first thing he thinks of is, let me get my chainsaw.
I always carry a chainsaw with me, and I just gotta get it out of the.
And yeah, he's like, I'm gonna cut off the dead whale's head with my chainsaw so I can take it home for my skull collection.
As you do.
And he strapped it to the roof of the car, and she said that there was whale juices coming down. They had to keep all the windows closed because it smelled so bad, and every other car on the road was like staring at them and like, what are you doing?
Yeah, they put plastic bags over their faces so they wouldn't get the whale juice on them. But this was back in the 90s, so unless you had a camera on you at the time, like a disposable camera or a film camera, I mean, this went without evidence.
Back then, some of you kids don't know this, but back then, you could hang out at the mall, you could buy pornography at a store, and you could strap a decapitated whale's head to your car, and no one would know about it.
Hey, Grim Gray, thank you very much. Number one with the $100.
Thank you, Grim Gray.
Insane.
And but then there's actually another animal story. If you consider parasites to be animals, which I do, which is that he admitted that he had a worm eating his brain at one point.
I gotta pull up. Yeah, here we go.
And then, like, people apparently brainworms is something that happens to you. You have a lot higher chance of getting brainworms if you eat bear meat.
Yeah.
So maybe those are connected. Who knows?
Yeah. He said a worm got into my brain and ate a portion of it, and then it died. These are words nobody wants to say. They were spoken by a U.S. presidential candidate. According to a 2012 deposition uncovered and reviewed by the New York Times, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. said he sought medical attention after experiencing mental fogginess and memory loss. Eventually, he said, a doctor helped him determine a brain abnormality found on a scan was caused by a worm. He now tells the Times he has recovered and has no lasting consequences. So, he's fine. That's the worm. You got a picture.
He's totally fine.
He's totally fine and ready to lead. And in fact, he is ready to run every bit of the health department.
You saw the latest one, right? He wants to take the fluoride out of the water, which is I love that. That is such a
It's a classic.
It's a classic crank belief. Like, they make fun of it in the movie Dr. Strangelove, which came out in like 1960. One of the characters is obsessed with fluoride in the water. And every doctor who's ever been consulted is just like, yeah, no, fluoride in our water means like Americans get cavities, especially childhood cavities, at like significantly lower rates. And in the nearly 100 years of putting that shit in the water, we've never found any evidence that there's any adverse effects. but he's gonna get rid of it.
And then, of course, his presidential bid ended, and it wasn't over though. He first of all endorsed Donald Trump. He bent the knee. He really wants that position in Trump's administration, being in control of all things health related, specifically women's health, and banning all vaccines.
Yeah, the vaccine stuff. Like, you know how when your kids go to public schools and they don't want every kindergarten class to be a super spreader event because children are disgusting and they drool all over everything. And so they make your kid on a vaccine schedule to ensure that doesn't happen. He's going to get rid of that.
Yeah.
Your kid's going to be sick all the fucking time.
But if he survives to be an adult, Elliot, he'll be impervious.
Yeah, like one of the biggest differences between our generation and the younger kids, I think.
Thank you, Michael Richards, by the way, big $50.
Oh, hell yeah! Thank you, Kramer. We were like the last kids to get chicken pox the natural way. The vaccine came out in like 2000, I think, or maybe the late 90s.
Yeah.
So kids don't get chicken pox anymore. But we're bringing that back.
When I remember that happening, being like, "Oh, let's get it. School has it. Oh, they're gonna get it and bring it home, and then put your brother around it."
Every kid in class got chicken pox, and it sucked.
Yeah,
like my brother got chicken pox, and it somehow led to like a brain infection where he lost the ability to walk for like a
Jesus.
week, and he got to go to the hospital for like a week. So it's chickenpox is bad. It's good that we got rid of it. All of us who got it are now at risk of having shingles as an adult, which is apparently just awful.
Yep.
But you were bringing it back.
By the way, big update in our poll, which is the most scientific poll. Kamala dominating the polls with 88%.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a landslide.
That is. Are we going to end the poll there? That's done with. Well, we should do another poll later. Hey, thanks YouTube for making some fun things to do on the stream. It's definitely improved since last time.
It has.
Yeah. Oh, anyways.
It only took like 5, 6, 7 years.
And I think we're doing good with the, it's chaotic, but we're kind of moving forward with some sort of production. We're making it entertaining by retracing some news and stuff. We're gonna have some clips later.
I think we all need our memories jogged a bit because this has been a pretty insane, more than a year. The elections in this country start right after the last one ends, so we have major elections every 2 years, and it was less than 6 months after the 2022 midterms when this one really kicked off. We never get a moment's fucking peace. Like, I really think we need the laws they have in Europe that are like incredibly restrictive, where like every candidate has like the same ad, and it's just like their picture and their name and their party
policy
position. and there's not even that, and there's just like an equal number of posters in the city, and you're not allowed to start campaigning until like a month before the election. Like I feel like we'd all be so much happier.
Yeah.
But it would never happen because there's a lot of money in this shit.
Yeah, and speaking of entertainment, RFK bails. He drops out. He fights to get his name off the ballot. Sorry, sir. You really wanted this. We're going to keep your name on the ballot. He gives Trump his full-throated endorsement. And then, despite all of that, the scandals only got worse because apparently he had been wrapped up in some sort of romantic engagement with a Washington, D.C. reporter named Olivia Nuzzi.
They were jacking and jilling together over the phone.
Yeah, he was very demure nudes, apparently.
Yeah, and then it came out because he was just telling all of his bros about it and showing the nudes.
Yeah.
Which is, I think that's like a lesson that for some reason people need help understanding, is that a lot of dudes can't be trusted with naked pictures.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there is I'd say at least a 50-50 chance, depending on how much of a dick the guy is, and a lot of times you can't tell until much later, that he's gonna show that shit to someone else. He's gonna save it. Just don't do it.
Especially if they're a Republican, because they have a track record of doing this on like the House floor. But let's go. This is a article from Rolling Stone back when this was all breaking. New York Magazine had placed political reporter Olivia Nuzzi on leave after her editors became aware of an inappropriate romantic relationship between her and presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Let's see. She had profiled RFK Jr. in November 2023 and continued covering the presidential race for the magazine over that year. Dog on the stream. Dog on the stream. Let's see.
Puppy tax.
Darcy broke the news of an inappropriate relationship between Nuzzi and Kennedy, nearly 40 years her senior. In a statement responding to the report, Nuzzi said that some communication between myself and a former reporting subject turned personal.
Yeah.
From Ben K, do I wear the Dodgers hat every episode, or am I an actual baseball fan? Big baseball fan. Love the baseball. The best sport. Amy Post, thank you for the dono. So that turned into a huge, a much bigger issue, some people might say, because she ended up breaking up with her fiance, who had his own words about it and claims that this had apparently happened before because they were writing a book and that book got shelved too.
Yeah, he alluded to it. It sounds like he's got more in the chamber, and I can't wait to hear about it. But yeah, just the word is messy. That's the word. Anytime I hear about this, I'm like, this is just fucking very messy. This is some teenager shit. What are you doing?
I agree. Let's see. Oh, all right. Well, let's see. Oh, I know what we can cover before we get into the first clip.
Yeah.
A little story. Not a lot of people heard about it. You know, it kind of floated under the radar, of course. Not everyone was aware of this during this ultra busy, election season. But at one point earlier this year, Donald Trump was convicted on 34 felony counts.
Yeah, that's another thing is that's all such a fucking blur.
I know. This was how many months? This was May 30th. So many months ago. And after he had already pretty much been confirmed, I mean, he hadn't done the RNC yet, but confirmed as the presidential candidate before he debated Biden even.
I don't even remember. What's the deal with the sentencing on that?
I think it's still pushed. I think it's supposed to be like in November.
How is that? God. Everything's so slow in this country. There's that, and then there's the Jack Smith stuff, which that also got bumped. And the Georgia one, there's the E. Jean Carroll one, which he was also, at least in a civil court, found guilty of rape.
Yeah.
Or at least guilty of lying and saying that he didn't do rape, which, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's all of that stuff is from things he did 4 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine how many new lawsuits there's going to be after this election.
Yeah.
The man's going to spend the rest of his life in court.
So if
he doesn't just make the courts go away.
The sentencing is in November, which obviously very convenient timing. Ryan Schultz, thank
how
you
does
for
that
the,
work?
Don't know. I don't know. No idea. But as far as the counts go, where do they have all of the they got all the counts here. There we go. It's all falsifying business records, shit like that. He is guilty on all of it. And that sentencing will be happening apparently in a couple weeks, unless there is, something happens with the election and Donald Trump wins in a landslide.
I don't think it's going to be a landslide. I think it's going to be very close. But
he's got 101 electoral college votes right now.
Yeah, but those are all like the states he was gonna win anyway. It all comes down to 6 states because of our stupid electoral college, where the majority of states, it really doesn't matter how any individual votes, because you're just a drop in the ocean. It would be cool if the popular vote mattered.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's going to come into play this time around, but yeah, it's all up to, what is it? Michigan, Pennsylvania, Arizona, Georgia, and North Carolina. I don't know. I can't keep track of it. But everything else, they pretty much know what's going to happen.
Well, we do have a video to show. I'm trying to see how to do it on here. I'm not very good at the production, but
yeah, I want you to play a video because I got this chalupa right here that I'm really wanting to take a bite out of.
Is that your dinner tonight?
Yeah,
I think I might get some Dave's Hot Chicken or something.
I didn't even order this. My wife ordered it. She's like, "Do you want some Taco Bell?"
Ooh,
like, well,
we're gonna need a lot more videos. Somebody's gonna be going to the bathroom a lot.
No.
Someone's going to be going to the bathroom. I'll go get one of my Huel meals.
I already had a Huel today.
A Huel and Taco Bell, Elliot? What are you doing to yourself? I'm glad I can't smell you through the screen.
I smell great. I took a shower right before coming on. I smelled bad before that because I was at the gym. Okay. And I was like, oh fuck. I was not waiting long enough between sets and between workouts. It was pretty dangerous, but I was like, I got to get home. So I'm only gonna do 30 seconds between sets instead of like a minute and a half.
Okay.
And it worked out fine.
Well, let me see if I can play this thing, if I can get it correctly. You should put the audio up on your stream so you can hear it, so you can react to it. So this compilation, I believe, is pretty much from when Trump took over as the nominee up until, I believe, the Biden debate. So at this point, Biden is still in the race. Trump is very confident that he can beat Biden. No issues. And this is pre-assassination attempt, pre-Biden debate, pre all of that. So let's see if it shows, and let's check it out. All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the horribly and unfairly treated January 6th hostages.
Any Catholic that votes for this numbskull is crazy. You have this guy Pritzker. I don't know. He's too busy eating. He wants to eat all the time. Would you like a hamburger? How many do you want? 5? I'll have 5 burgers, please. You go to his office. Would you like a hamburger? Yeah. Okay, I'll have 5 burgers, please. Who the hell orders 5 burgers? And I'm going to indemnify all police officers and law enforcement officials throughout the United States to protect them from being destroyed by the radical left for taking strong action on crime. And we'll bring crime back to law and order. A president has to have immunity. If you don't have immunity, you just have a ceremonial president. You won't have immunity. This was a rigged, disgraceful trial. The real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people. Pleasures as simple as a walk in the park or watching your children again play in a Little League game will come roaring back, and they're going to come back very quickly. The Democrats say, please don't call them animals. They're humans. I said, no, they're not humans. They're not humans. They're animals. Gettysburg, wow. I go to Gettysburg, Pennsylvania to look and to watch. And the statement of Robert E. Lee, who's no longer in favor. Did you ever notice that? No longer in favor. Never fight uphill, me boys. Never fight uphill. They were fighting uphill. He said, wow, that was a big mistake. Just this week, it was reported that an illegal alien, and you just look at this, what's happening. And I love women more than I love anything. I love women. Hillary Clinton, I didn't say lock her up, but the people would all say lock her up, lock her up. Okay. He's going to vote for Biden. I don't think so. I think it would be suicide before Biden, right? The woke stuff will be gone within a period of 24 hours, I can tell you. He's a deranged, dumb guy. He's a dumb son of a bitch. I say, what would happen if the boat sank from its weight and you're in the boat and you have this tremendously powerful battery and the battery's now underwater and there's a shark that's approximately 10 yards over there. By the way, a lot of shark attacks lately. Do you notice that? A lot of shark. I watched some guys justifying it today. Well, they weren't really that angry. They bit off the young lady's leg because of the fact that they were not hungry, but they misunderstood who she was. These people are crazy. He said there's no problem with sharks. They just didn't really understand a young woman swimming now really got decimated, and other people too, a lot of shark attacks. So I said, so there's a shark 10 yards away from the boat, 10 yards, or here. Do I get electrocuted if the boat is sinking, water goes over the battery, the boat is sinking? Do I stay on top of the boat and get electrocuted? Or do I jump over by the shark and not get electrocuted? Because I will tell you, he didn't know the answer. He said, you know, nobody's ever asked me that question. I said, I think it's a good question. I think there's a lot of electric current coming through that water. But you know what I'd do if there was a shark or you get electrocuted? I'll take electrocution every single time. I'm not getting near the shark. But those J6 warriors, they were warriors, but they were really more than anything else. They're victims of what happened. Joe Biden's granting mass thing. And ABC, you know, they have George Stopalopoulos. I call him Slopadopoulos. George Stopalopoulos. What's better, this or sitting on the Pacific or the Atlantic, which has sharks? You don't have sharks. See, that's a big advantage. I'll take the one without the sharks. He's doing a fantastic job with all of the things. I said he walked through with Russian spies or something like that. He turned out to be constituents, young children. These people are sick. You got to get out and vote. Just this time. I don't care. In 4 years, you don't have to vote, okay? In 4 years, don't vote. I don't care by that time. But we'll have it all straightened out, so it'll be much different. Whenever I say Silence of the Lamb, the fake news back there, they say, oh, he's talking about Silence of the Lamb. And I say, the late, great Hannibal Lecter. Oh, he likes Hannibal Lecter. I will also create a new federal task force on fighting anti-Christian bias. It's mission will be to investigate all forms of illegal discrimination, harassment, persecution against Christians in America. You heard my story in the boat with the shark, right? I got killed on that. They thought I was rambling. I'm not rambling. What would happen if this boat is so heavy and started to sink and you're on the top of the boat? Do you get electrocuted or not? In other words, the boat is going down and you're on the top. Will the electric currents flow through the water and wipe you out? And let's say there's a shark about 10 yards over there. Would I have to immediately abandon, or could I ride the electric down? And I said, sir, nobody's ever asked us that question. But, sir, I don't know. I said, well, I want to know, because I guarantee you one thing. I don't care what happens. I'm staying with the electric. I'm not getting over with it. So I tell that story. It's, just fun. And the fake news, they go, he told this crazy story with electric. It's actually not crazy. It's sort of a smart story, right? Now, the fake news will say Trump is rambling. No, it's genius what I'm doing up here, but nobody understands. And I like her also, Jill Stein. I like her very much. You know why? She takes 100% from them. A guy like Senator Schumer, I've always known him. I've known him a long time. I come from New York. I knew Schumer. He's become a Palestinian. He's a Palestinian now. Congratulations. He was very loyal to Israel and to Jewish people. He's Jewish, but he's become a Palestinian because they have a couple of more votes or something. Nobody's quite figured it out. Because if we don't win on November 5th, I think our country is going to cease to exist. It could be the last election we ever have. I actually mean that. We don't win. I think this could be the last election we ever have. That's where our country's going. On Monday in New York City, I will be forced to sit fully gagged. I'm not allowed to talk. Can you believe it? They want to take away my constitutional right to talk. Our country is in big, very dangerous trouble. Man and woman 4 years ago was not forgotten. I played golf for a long time. I won a lot of golf. 31 club championships, can you believe it? And he challenged me to a golf match. He said, I'll give him 3 aside. The guy can't break 200. And honestly, there's been no president since Abraham Lincoln, and perhaps in a certain way, including Abraham Lincoln, but there's been no president since Abraham Lincoln that has done more for the black individual in this country than President Donald J. Trump. There's been nobody, not even close. When he was the doctor at the White House, they asked him, who's healthier? Who's a better physical specimen? Is it Trump or is it Obama? And he said, it's not even close. It's Donald Trump, not even close. I said, I love this guy, Dr. Ronnie Jackson. I don't kiss men, but I kissed him. I won't say it because I don't like using the word bullshit in front of these beautiful children. So I won't say it. I will not say it. The instructor's talking English, and they have somebody speaking, in some cases, languages that we'd never even heard of. You know, there are a lot of languages that we don't have here. We have nobody that even speaks these languages. Because I don't want anybody going on me. We need every voter. I don't care about you. I just want your vote. I don't care. See, now the press will take that, and they'll say, he said a horrible thing. To further secure America's future and create opportunity for young people, I will end Joe Biden's war on crypto. We will ensure that the future of crypto and the future of Bitcoin will be made in America. Otherwise, other countries are going to have it. And I will shut down the Federal Department of Education, and we will move everything back to the states. And let's build a windmill on every corner. A windmill that doesn't work. Darling, I'd like to watch television. I'm sorry, the wind isn't blowing tonight. UFC, Ultimate Fighter, Ultimate Fighting. And he's a fantastic man. I said, Dana, I have an idea. Why don't you set up a migrant league of fighters and have your regular league of fighters? And then you have the champion of your league. These are the greatest fighters in the world. Fight the champion of the migrants. I think the migrant guy might win. That's how tough they are. He didn't like that idea too much, but actually it's not the worst idea I've ever had. Whatever happened to all that cocaine that was missing a month ago from the White House? Silence of the Lamb. The press always says, why does he ramble about Silence of the Lamb, the late, great Hannibal Lecter. He'd like to have you over for dinner. Did you ever? Don't do it. If he suggests, I'd like to have you for dinner, don't go. But these are the people that are coming into our country. They want electric planes. What happens if the sun isn't shining while you're up in the air? Well, sir, those, I told you there'd be problems, sir. Yes, I'd like to have you for dinner.
Wow.
Don't.
So long.
Yeah.
I finished my food a long time ago. I was eating fast because I was like, I don't know how long this clip's gonna be.
I ate food. It was delicious. No, I
was
ordered
pretty
food.
good too.
I ordered some.
Food.
No, so that was that was Trump like in his element, running against his favorite person, his arch nemesis, Joe Biden. He got thrown completely for a loop when Kamala got subbed in.
Yeah, they didn't know what to do. That's the funniest thing about it. Was that they were banking on this being what was shaping up to be a very easy election for them, a fucking landslide. They had all the Let's Grow Brandon merch.
Yeah,
they had to start from scratch with the merch. That's another plot line from this election that was ridiculous. Was the entire month of July after that horrible debate.
Yeah.
Where Biden's brain was falling out of his nose and ears in front of everyone, and a full month of the Democratic Party and all their representatives and talking heads being like, no, he's fine. He's fine. I don't know what you saw, but I saw a guy whose brain is sharp, who's ready to serve for another 4 years.
Yeah.
He's
for another 4 years. He'll be great.
Yeah.
Not even by October, but 4 years from now, this is definitely the guy that we want in charge of the country.
And my favorite, maybe forgotten bit from that was that before the election, I think I put this in my doc, right before the debate, the Biden campaign started selling Joe Biden's debate juice or whatever.
Yeah.
It's literally, he's his performance enhancers, and he's like, I don't know what they put in these, but I'm feeling great. And then he just goes out and has like the worst debate in presidential history.
I do have that video queued up, but just based on the reaction from the Trump video, I'm gonna wait a little bit, because if you thought the Trump one was bad, the Biden debate it's a shorter video, but it feels like it's an hour long, because I can assure you, because even I rewatched it for the clips, I can assure you have a better version of it in your head than what actually happened, because it is torturous to watch through.
Yeah, no, I remember watching it live and just looking like this the whole time. Like,
I remember,
actually, and I only watched the second half live. The first half I listened to in the car.
It was
and
worse.
I was like, this is fucking awful. Like, maybe it's better on video. And then I get home and I'm like, oh, it's even worse when you see the slack-jawed, empty look on his face.
Yeah. Yeah, he had incredibly low energy. Trump, I mean, everyone admitted it. They're like, well, that was bad. And
every newspaper was like, Joe, we love you. You're our favorite old man. And
your
our
legacy
favorite
is
president.
Secured, sir, please.
But, buddy, you got to drop out. And then he comes out the next day. He's like, sorry, Jack. Nope.
Not going to do it. It was a month of him not doing it.
It was a month. Down. Like, I was convinced. I'm like, it'll, like, they need like a week to get their affairs in order, but he'll be out in a week. And then the weeks just kept passing by. And the craziest thing for me and you and our show was we actually lost subscribers that month.
Yeah.
Because we would not let it go. We were just like, no, he has to drop out. This is fucking insane. And so many people were like accusing us of being secret Trumpers and shit. Like, we had negative subscribers.
No, I just want what's best for the country.
Yeah, it drove me insane. And then the second he dropped out and Kamala replaced him, those exact same people were like, he made the right choice. All right. It's like, this is exactly what we said would happen. In fact, it worked out better than we even guessed it would work out, and we thought it was going to work out pretty well.
Yeah. I think we should play it just because we're talking about it right now. I mean, everyone watching, I am so sorry. But again, it's going to be a lengthy stream. We have hours to fill, and you have to remember what brought us here. This isn't just us hanging out, watching the results come in, although it will be that eventually. But so much happened this year that has changed history that we have to show certain parts.
And also, we have to show this because there is inevitably, if Kamala Harris loses, there's inevitably going to be people that are like, told you guys, Biden should have stayed in. And those people are fucking stupid and wrong. And we need to remind them what things would have looked like if he had stayed in.
Yeah. So I'm going to switch over to that in a second.
Oh, shit. Breaking news. Mark Robinson lost the race for governor. We will never have a Coomer governor in this country. Very sad.
Elliot, pull up the Nude Africa forums and see if he's coping. How he's coping.
He's busy right now. He'll be posting after a vigorous wank.
There you go. That's some breaking news right here in the stream. Mark Robinson has lost. There is some good left in the world, and I'm sure all of his problems potentially drove votes away from Trump. So speaking of that reckoning, anyways, yes, if Kamala loses, the argument will be that they should have kept Joe in. So we're going to show you why that is absolutely not the case. I'm going to try to start it right now. Everyone, please, you have to suffer along. It's about building character and seeing what happened. Okay, here you go.
I come from Scranton, Pennsylvania. I come of a household where the kitchen table, if the things weren't able to be met during the month, it was a problem. Price of eggs, the price of gas, the price of housing, the price of a whole range of things. That's why I'm working so hard to make sure I deal with those problems. And, you know, the fact of the matter is that we found ourselves in a situation where his economy, he rewarded the wealthy. The truth is, I'm the only president this century that doesn't have any this decade that don't have any troops dying anywhere in the world. We have 1,000 trillionaires in America. I mean, billionaires in America, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the with the COVID. Excuse me, with dealing with everything we have to do with. Look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden.
What I've done since I've changed the law, what's happened? I've changed it in a way that now you're in a situation where there are 40% fewer people coming across the border illegally. That's better than when he left office. And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either. Look,
the only terrorist who's done anything crossing the border is one who came along and killed three, under his administration, killed an Al-Qaeda person come in his administration, killed 3 American soldiers. I've never heard so much malarkey in my whole life. Look, the fact of the matter is that we're in a situation where, let's take the last point first. Iran attacked American troops, caused brain damage for a number of these troops, and he did nothing about it. Recently, not when he was president, they attacked. He said they're just having headaches. That's all it is. He didn't do a thing. Instead, they talked about these people being patriots and great patrons of America. In fact, he says he'll now forgive them for what they've done. They've been convicted. He says he wants to commute their sentences and say that no. He went to every single court in the nation. I don't know how many cases, scores of cases, including the Supreme Court, and they said, no, this guy is responsible for doing what was done. When I asked him the first 2 debates we had, first time around, I said, will you denounce the Proud Boys? He said, no, I'll tell them to stand by. The idea he's refusing, will you denounce these guys? Will you denounce the people we're talking about now? You denounce the people who attacked that Capitol? What are you going to do? We, in fact, we were the only ones of consequence who who are not members of the Paris Accord. How can we do anything if we're not able to, the United States can't get its pollution under control? One of the largest polluters in the world, number one. We're making significant progress. Right now, everybody making under $170,000 pays 6% of their income, of their paycheck, every single time they get a paycheck from the time of the first one they get when they're 18 years old. The idea that they're going to, I've been proposing that everybody, they pay, the millionaires pay 1%. 1%. So no one after, I would not raise the cost of Social Security for anybody under $400,000. After that, I began to make the wealthy begin to pay their fair share by increasing from 1% beyond to be able to guarantee the program for life.
So you still have 82 seconds left.
You want a World War III, let him follow and win, and let Putin say, do what you want, NATO. Just do what you want. There's a thing called Article 5. An attack on one is an attack on all, and required response. The idea, I can't think of a single major leader in the world who wouldn't trade places with the job I've done and what they've done. We've made significant progress from the debacle, though.
All right, that's enough of him.
Attack on all, and required response.
Yeah. Just
idea.
There we go.
Brutal.
Just
a brutal night.
That was what changed the entire election, the entire year. That insane performance.
To be clear, for
Nicola Lash is
years,
right. Bro is on to nothing.
Yeah, who let this man cook?
It's burning stove.
There were concerns about that kind of stuff in 2020, and leading up to this summer, increasingly he was jumbling up words and seeming old as fuck, and everyone would be like, shut up. And then this happened, and it's like, you can't ignore it anymore. This was atrocious.
Yeah.
And but people still tried to deny what our lying eyes all saw.
Yeah. Okay, we do have the news about their headline: Black Nazi Mark Robinson goes down in North Carolina governor's race.
Well, that's great.
I mean, he described himself as that, so
he did. He said, "I'm a black Nazi!" Exclamation point.
Yeah, that's his words.
He said, like, some people deserve to be slaves.
Jesus. And also, yes, had some very, very naughty things to say on a forum about, about everything sexual. The Nude Africa forums. Let's see here. Donald Trump's pick for governor in the swing state went down in flames following reports of a history filled with bigotry. Mark Robinson, a Republican whose extensive history of bigotry was shocking even for a Donald Trump-endorsed politician, lost his gubernatorial race to Democratic Attorney General Josh Stein on Tuesday. Stein led Robinson by nearly 30 points as early results came in. Mark Robinson, one of the main characters, well, not a main character, a side character of the 2024 presidential
kind of last minute one, because that was like end of August that all that came out. I didn't even know who he was leading up to that.
I wonder how his lawsuit's going. Didn't he sue CNN?
Yeah, I kept forgetting to cover it. He sued CNN, and I don't know if this is true, but I saw that in his filing, they like accused CNN of making up. They're like, they made up these posts on like nudeafrica.com but then listed a bunch of sites, a bunch of other porn sites that CNN did not reference in their reporting. So I'm like, okay, so it sounds like he posted on those ones too. He just listed every porn site he was a member of. So yeah, I guess we'll see how that goes. Can't wait for the discovery portion of that lawsuit.
Alexi Nella, thank you so much for the dono. Nathan Montez, thank you so much. Dinner is coming. I've got hot chicken on the way. Strange One said they'd been saving up for the third pair of jack-off pants, but wanted to show you guys some appreciation. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Yeah. Mark Robinson probably has a size of triple XL jack and joggers.
The greatest part about this is that Mark Robinson can get back to doing what he loves most.
Jacking off and talking about it.
Jacking off in a porn store and bringing everyone pizza. Tell
My
me.
coworker just told me the guy that exposed him is her stepdad.
Ooh.
Wait, so her stepdad is the porn store owner who made the song about Mark Robinson owing him $50 for some bootleg porn tapes from New York City?
I guess
That's
so.
pretty cool.
Lil Waves, thank you. Election day in America feels like it's about to be Christmas, except if it was like bad. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. And thank you. Lil Wave's always DMing me stories on Twitter.
Yeah.
And
We
very
got
helpful.
we got a dead heat here, folks. We're up to 99 electoral college votes for Kamala Harris and 109 electoral votes for Donald Trump. We got the latest coming in from New York State, Illinois, New Jersey. And
wait, so it's I mean, it's still very early.
Yeah, of course.
But I mean, it looks like Michigan and Pennsylvania are leaning pretty heavily for Harris.
Yeah.
At least at this stage.
Yeah. I mean, what those? Yeah, it's pretty gnarly. 16% of the votes in, with Kamala Harris having 64% of the vote. And then in Michigan, she has 52% of the vote, which is a more narrow margin. But yes, bodes well.
A lot of things can change because a lot of these states count the votes differently. Like people are saying, like, oh, it looks like Trump won Georgia, but like, you remember how that went last time?
Yeah, and then you're gonna have the mail-in and stuff being counted.
Well, so I guess in Georgia specifically, they count the more rural polling places first before they. So like right now, it's like they say they've counted 65% of those votes, but like they've barely touched Atlanta, which is like half the state population.
Yeah.
So. Oh. Yeah, but I mean, so far, like nothing crazy.
Yeah.
Kansas for Kamala? Is that what
Kansas for Kamala?
expected?
Yeah, there you go. It
says 31%. It's like Kamala
Georgia's
51,
way
Trump
close.
47.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Florida, I mean, definitely heavy Donald Trump looks like. 43% to 56%. It's about the same in Georgia, I guess. So North Carolina, very close. North Carolina. Virginia is a dead heat.
It's pretty crazy how like Florida has thinner margins than California, but like portrays itself as this deep red stronghold.
Yeah.
And it's not. Like, I mean, in California, we got fucking it's like 2-1. Democrat to Republican in pretty much every election for the last like 20 years. In Florida, it's 55-45. Like that's pretty fucking close. That is too close for Ron DeSantis and all these other assholes to act like this is
some huge
deep red Trump country. Yeah, that's very silly.
Can't
the same with Texas.
Yeah, sorry, Brett, Dominic. I'm trying to keep the map on here. There's only it's a very hard thing to run the live stream. Hey, we got Brandon coming in here in a second. Let me see here.
Oh, hell yeah. It's about to get goofy in here, folks.
Okay, there we go. Brandon,
hello?
There, yep, I can hear you.
Is there a Brandon in the chat?
I'm just going to stack you guys. That'll be the easiest way to do it.
Yeah, stack them up.
There we go. I'll put myself over here. Brandon, what's up, dude?
Are you already decorated for Christmas over there? What the fuck? That is a Christmas
I did see your significant other posting that there was some Christmas stuff. That is bizarre. That's even weird for me.
She infected my household with Christmas, like legitimately on November 1st.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Yeah. But these are the things you put up with, you know? I hate my wife, you know?
Did you move since we last had you on a stream? Are you still in the same place? Because you used to just put a laptop on top of like a dresser.
Yes,
that was your desk.
That was back in 2020.
Yeah.
That's when I lived in like a 400 square foot studio during the entire pandemic.
Oh God.
And it used to be, I used to have just a laptop that was broken. The hinges were broken. So I had to support it on the back. And then I would put it on top of a dresser that I augmented. It was bad.
Yeah.
It was bad.
Well,
but now I have a
how are you feeling currently with how things are going in this election? This election day. Tell me about your voting experience. I'm sure you went and voted today.
I voted yesterday.
Oh.
I know. I went to
Big
the
baller.
library.
Yeah,
I I did my research.
that's good.
Yeah.
What did you? You don't have to tell me how you voted, but the experience was smooth.
Yeah, I voted. I went silly style with it this time. I was like,
What?
I'm tired of being normal.
You went silly style.
What does
Yeah.
that mean?
Yeah,
What
dude,
does that mean?
I put stars instead of filling in the circles.
They're not going to accept that. You got to fill in they give you instructions.
Yeah.
No, they're going to reject that ballot.
Oh, hey, really quick, J.R. Williams, holy shit, thank you so much for the massive donation. Been a fan since the Machinima days. This is my
Holy
donation
shit.
appreciation. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay, now, Brandon, let me hear about your...
And Peter Barron, thank you.
Yes, and Peter Barron. Now go, Brandon.
So, Brandon, do you still live in Glendale? Not to dox you, but I feel like that's public knowledge.
I am in Glendale.
Do they have as many annoying local fucking things to vote on in Glendale as they do in LA?
No, I think honestly most of those were like 2022.
Okay.
Because there's not too many specific. There's a couple like
ordinances
props or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Most of them are about like funding Glendale Community College so it like stops
Yeah.
smelling like sewage.
But what? So what? Tell me about voting silly style.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
That means putting stars. When they tell you to circle it in, don't do that.
No, well, I guess the polls are closed in most places now, so you can say whatever you want. But
Yeah, just like do the stars, and when you drop it off into the ballot box,
yeah,
make sure as many people you know are watching.
Yeah.
That's important.
and make sure you hit
Yeah.
every ballot box in your city.
Yeah, you tear it up into little pieces. That's how you get away with voting multiple times.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And put on some lipstick and seal it with a kiss.
Yeah.
Do you guys? Okay,
I sprayed
this is a
perfume
real
on
thing.
mine. Did you guys not give the counters a little love tap?
I forgot.
I got
don't
Axe
know.
body
Sorry.
spray all over it.
I don't have cologne. Do y'all wear cologne?
Yeah.
I only have 2 colognes, and they both come from sponsors of the show. Other than that, I have never bought cologne in my life.
I have 2 as well, and I think they smell great.
Chloe, ew! I thought PewDiePie got canceled.
Ah!
Wow, PewDiePie's doing just fine.
Is he?
Is he?
You
I
do
don't
look
know.
like a PewDiePie with your outfit.
Yeah.
Is this what he wears now? Does he wear a
The
Slipknot
last time I
shirt?
checked in, which was probably 5 years ago, yeah, that's how he was dressing.
Check this out, boys.
What?
Oh, damn.
Oh, that's the show you worked on, right?
Yeah, I got merch.
Hey, I'm gonna go to James Williams' show on Sunday.
I'm going to that too. Actually, I'll be
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
Oh,
Well,
I
we'll see
forgot
each
to
other.
buy tickets for it. Now it's sold out.
Oh, way to
so.
go, Elliot. Bad friend.
I went to the first one. You were conspicuously not there.
Yeah, I had something to do. I can't remember what it was, but it was very important. Oh, it was
I'm sure
it
it
was a
was.
bachelor party. It was a bachelor party.
That's right.
Yeah, it was, a
yeah,
good
it was fun.
excuse. Okay.
And
I gave my ticket to Lindsay.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm gonna. He did hit me up after the first show and said he does want you and me, not you, Brandon, just me and Ricky. Just me and Ricky
He
to
actually
eventually.
texted me separately and said, I'll never ask you to come on the
Yeah.
show.
Yeah.
Just so we're
don't-
clear, you will never be a guest on Answer for It with James Williams, Brandon. As long as this show exists, you're banned. But yeah, now that he's doing it like once a month, hopefully he has us on as a guest because it looks pretty fun.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sort
I'm
of like an
excited to see it.
Improv trivia show.
Yeah.
It's very fun.
Ify Nuadaway will be on this week, and Elise, I believe, will be a guest on it as well.
Well, she lives with James.
Yeah, I know.
she's on
Did
that-
she was
that
she on the
episode.
first show though?
She was.
As a
Yes,
guest?
she
Okay.
was.
All right.
I watched it.
All right, fine, whatever.
Speaking of James, he's been posting his like fucking gains.
I
The
don't
man
like
is-
it. He's a beast. He looks too scary.
He's getting even buffer than he was before. He posted a video the other day where he squatted like 350 pounds, ass to the ground. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen. Effortless.
I don't like
I'm
it.
scared of him.
I got to start hitting the weights, boys. I lost I have too much. I got to put the muscle back on.
Yeah,
don't
now
go-
everyone's asking like, "Oh, is Ricky sick? Does he have cancer?"
No,
Does
so
Ricky have-
that the worst part of that is like, I'm as healthy as I've ever been, but I'm also fucking getting old in front of everyone's eyes. I just turned fucking 40. Leave me alone.
Ricky doesn't look like he did in 2014 when I started watching
Come on.
ETC.
I'm
What
doing
happened?
okay.
Did something happen?
Also, yeah, like specifically now and yesterday's video, like, yeah, I am fucking tired. I was up all night editing videos, and then when I wasn't editing videos, I was playing a little bit of Dragon Age. Brandon, have you played the new Dragon Age?
I haven't, but I am playing a game called Immortals of Avium.
What is that?
So
what is Immortals of Avian?
Yeah, it sounds really cool.
I don't know if you'll know. I don't know if you guys know games, but EA released a new IP like last year. It's like a fantasy magic shooter, and they just sent it out to die. It made like no money.
It's like, is it like Skyrim with guns?
Yeah, actually, except it's not open world-ish. But EA sent it out to die. And then after it came out, like 2 days later, they're like, so we're never making an original game again. And we shut down that studio. It was just like extremely...
The hottest trend, the hottest gaming trend of 2024 is buying gaming studios and then shutting them down before they've even like produced content.
I think it's smart because it's a tax write-off.
Yeah.
It is. This is Zaslav trick. It's one simple trick.
Well, Dragon Age, I described it to a friend yesterday as Baldur's Gate for dummies, and I'm a big dummy.
But is it woke? How woke is it?
It's true.
Yeah, they make you choose your pronouns.
They do, and you can. I think you can have a romance with a man or a woman or a beast. But no, it's fun. You just smash the buttons and sparkles come out. It's great. It's a very fun. So I only do the couch gaming now. I can't be bothered to sit up at the computer. I spend too much time on the computer anyway. So,
that's probably good. Every time
but
I
the couch
game
is so good, and that's why I have 400 hours in Balatro.
I always start off like this, and by like 3 hours in, I'm like this.
Yeah,
and it's not good. It's not good for your neck and back. Yeah.
So I like a game. I like a game I can sit back and play. That isn't. I've been playing Diablo 3 for hundreds of hours, but. Or Diablo 4, whatever they're on. 4, the new one.
About to say.
And so I switched to this this is the first new game I've played since Balatro came out. So it's fine. It's easy. It's an easy RPG game, but that's what I like. So,
I mean, I think that's fine. Like there's a couple like just breezy RPGs that I love, like Outer Worlds.
Yeah.
I really enjoy.
Outer Wilds or Outer Worlds?
Worlds. Outer Worlds.
The space Fallout?
Yes. But it's by Obsidian, and I quite enjoy it because it's only like 25 hours.
I'm gonna refresh this page.
I had a good one.
I gotta go grab my food, so you guys talk to each other.
Oh God!
All right.
Yeah, we got Chloe in the. I believe Chloe is at a bar right now playing trivia, but clearly
put us on the screen.
Are we on the screen?
But yeah, no. Other than that, it was a pretty chill day. I've been trying to be. It's kind of one of those things where I'm like, I voted. I am gonna avoid doom scrolling, which I did a little bit of, but it was like, okay, it's also just a life thing where I'm like, if I can't control it, I'm not gonna invest in it because I'll do the things I can do, and then
I was mostly off Twitter today, just through sheer luck. I just had like a lot of shit to do, and I woke up late. And I only caught like a little bit of like NPR in the car. But it's like at this point, it's out of everyone's control. I say that while doing a live stream which also has no control over any of this, where we are just sitting here every moment that new details get drip fed to us. But
but this is like a communal thing. This is a communal thing.
This is a safe space for being powerless in the face of democracy.
Yeah. I think it was a pretty chill day. Honestly, I like woke up kind of sad, but not for like the main reasons you would think of. I woke up from a dream. Have you ever been having a dream and you're like, you feel yourself becoming like a less interesting person because of what you have started to dream about?
No.
Okay, so last night, I should also say I'm on antibiotics. I don't know if that does things to you. Shout out to Chris Brown,
thank you, Chris Brown. Hey, fellas, been too long since I caught y'all live. Just wanted to say y'all are fucking killing it. Love from Tennessee, where I'm living in a blue county in a red state. So even though I voted Harris Walls, our electoral votes will go to fuckhead. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much, Chris Brown.
Thank you.
One of the OGs always comes through.
That's my home state.
Yeah, you're from what, Memphis
I'm
area?
from Memphis, Tennessee. Yeah.
Home of Elvis.
Home of
Do
Elvis.
they like worship Elvis in Memphis? Is that like, do you grow up with like Elvis pictures on the walls?
We're talking about Elvis. I mean,
God.
kind of. So I took martial arts from the same guy that taught Elvis.
Wait,
so
what?
It was called
Karate?
Pasaru. Yeah. And
Did you
there
have
was
a
this
gi?
like, yeah, I have a gi. I was pretty good. I'm pretty good at sparring. The problem is my legs are, the problem is, so I'm already naturally short, but I have like a long torso proportionate to my body.
So you're short and your legs are even shorter.
Wait, so
Correct.
you're all stacked up top, and then you have a middle part that's like super long, and then you have tiny stubby legs.
Yeah, but I mean,
a
I
Stretch
think what it does
Armstrong doll?
What it does well is I can really do cool like butterfly kicks because I think the weight is distributed to the top. So I'm able to like have a little bit of, momentum swings, but still stabilization.
Yeah.
It's gravity stuff. But
Okay.
I took that from the same guy, Pasaru, and that's the name of the martial art. And every week during Elvis's death week, we'd have tours that would come by, and like people would watch us, like learn from the same guy that taught Elvis.
Now, right here we've got Elvis's dojo. This is where Elvis was trained in the martial arts. I did not know that Elvis was a fighter.
He was a black belt in Pasaru, which is like a mix of Taekwondo and Tai Chi. It's like a Korean based.
I'm picturing what's his name, the guy who defected to Russia in my head when I think of Elvis doing karate or martial arts.
Oh, Steven Seagal?
Steven Seagal, yeah.
Oh my God. I saw this on Reddit, so I don't know if it's 100% true, but there's like a picture of him from this week where he's like
huge,
visiting the soldiers on like, I don't know if it's the front lines, but the
he's
dude
massive.
he's even bigger than before. His like stomach sticks out like 3 feet. It's ridiculous.
It's crazy looking. It is bizarre. He's eating good. All of the people of Russia should be very upset when they see Steven Seagal.
Yeah, that's where all your food's going.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they need to conquer Ukraine. Ukraine is the breadbasket of Europe, and that's a lot of calories in Ukraine for
Steven Seagal is he's on the hunt for some calories. Danny Mears, thank you for the dono. Thank you, Sylvie Spark, for the dono. Thank you,
donos. Oh wait, so yes, Ricky, I was telling them how I had a dream last night that made me sad.
Okay.
Because I felt like bad that's what my dreams have come down to. And it could be the antibiotics.
What was the dream? Antibiotics aren't going to make you dream weird.
It felt so real. I remember I was watching Hell's Kitchen, and the finale happened, and I was like, this seems kind of short. And I check on Hulu, and the finale is episode 7. And I was like, that's weird. Normally there's 16 episodes. So cue me in my dream researching on Reddit why this season of Hell's Kitchen was only 7 seasons. And like, it is me fully in my dream, like making up Reddit comments about why they had to do this for production reasons and how they had to cut some episodes and stuff like that. And then I woke up and
so you were just dreaming like an aggravated experience online with complaining about a show?
I was dreaming what I would do in normal life.
Yeah, so your dreams are just mundane now.
That's crazy.
I've had that before.
So in your dream, could you actually see and read text? Because that's unusual.
Yeah, I don't remember the specifics of them, but I remember like calculating, as I'm reading the discussion, being like, okay, that makes sense. Like, obviously there were some production issues when they were going in.
Yeah.
And too many of the contestants got like cut their fingers off and had to like go home. Okay, that makes sense. So
anyways, the election, sorry.
Yes, sorry.
Brandon, what was your favorite dumb, stupid, funny moment from the last year of this endless election cycle? I know there's a lot to choose from.
I mean, I think RFK Jr. being the source behind there's a couple, most of them are RFK Jr. related, but him being the source of killing a bear and dropping it off in Central Park is like insane.
He
Like,
solved an 11-year mystery.
that's something that you would expect to like have a big reveal at the end of a documentary.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And they would,
like the
work backwards.
where the guy admits that he did the murders.
Yes, yes, it's like the jinx, but
It was so funny.
What did you do, Robert? You killed the bear. You killed the bear and you dumped it in the park.
It was so funny because it was such a recent thing, like within the last 10 years, that people who are obviously very much still alive and had their phones out being like, what the hell's going on with this bear in Central Park? We're imagine living in New York 10 years ago and this being the talk of the town for multiple days and it goes unsolved. And then all of a sudden it's a presidential candidate and it's Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And you know, not only figure out what happened, but hear the insane backstory, which is he had it rotting in his trunk while he went to a falconing event upstate. And then he just kept adding details like, and then I went to Peter Luger's steakhouse. You gotta get the T-bone at Peter Luger's. You don't bail out. So anyways, I had to go to the airport and I didn't want to drive all the way back across the city. So instead of just going to my plane, we decided to set the bear up in Central Park and act like it had gotten hit by a bicycle. Because he also had a bicycle in his car.
Yeah. It was like he had a bicycle in his car the same way like dirty cops keep a box full of like unregistered guns in the back that they can like drop on the bodies of people they kill. He keeps a bunch of old bikes in his car. So in case he kills an animal, he drops a bike on it. So they blame a cyclist instead of him. It's diabolical, but I see the logic.
And that's why he's always collecting other animal carcasses in case.
Quick shout out, Train 209 with the $100 dono. Been watching you guys since the ETC days, sending some love. Thank you very much. And also Kusea with the 71-month membership. Thank you, Ku.
Hell yeah, Kusea.
It's wild.
Looks like we got all the patches of land coming in here. We got Wyoming, South Dakota, North Dakota, Nebraska.
Trump.
Big shocker. Donald Trump leading in Texas.
I mean, yeah, not shocking. The more interesting Texas one is the Ted Cruz election, which, like, I don't know. He'll probably win, but it sounds like it'll be close.
Yeah.
Because the guy they got to run against him is, like, first of all, basically what a Republican was 25 years ago. But second of all, he's, like, handsome. He's got a cool voice. He seems tough. And it's like seeing that guy standing next to Ted Cruz, it's like very much Chad Virgin meme status. So I feel like he might win just off of that. And if he does, he'll vote for the standard Dem stuff, but he might be a Joe Manchin type when it comes to the good stuff. Yeah.
I don't know. It's weird that you're implying that Ted Cruz isn't handsome, but other than that, I agree.
I mean, ever since he grew that lush beard, I mean, he's a silver fox, that Ted Cruz.
That's right. He does look good. It looks like Trump flipped Miami-Dade County.
That's kind of crazy, but not shocking.
Mm-hmm.
Where is that?
Florida.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, isn't Florida like? Aren't they calling it like almost like a sacrificial state now?
I have no fucking clue.
It's definitely not a swing state anymore.
Yeah.
New York Times is saying for the first time tonight, our estimates indicate that the race leans toward Donald Trump. He is a narrow but clear favorite to win Georgia and North Carolina. If he carries those states, Kamala Harris will probably need to sweep Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin to win. A real possibility, but a tall order nonetheless.
Great.
Mm-hmm.
Sweet.
Great. Cool. Very cool.
Do you think? I remember in 2020, it like people knew by like midnight, right, or something.
No. Well, 2020, it took almost a week before the Georgia results were fully certified. I think they called Georgia like the next morning, but then they did like a recount of it, and they still had a ton of votes to count. So yeah, it was like the next.
I need
Saturday.
you to find me those 10,000 votes.
Yeah, it was a real shit show, and probably happened.
That was
again
20.
this time.
Yeah, 2020.
2020 was that was a ride.
Fucking wild.
I went on a first date that night.
How'd it go?
What?
That's crazy.
Loony behavior.
Yeah, I don't even know why I did that.
That's bonkers, dude.
Yeah.
That's not poggers.
That's
bonkers.
It's actually Wojak Chad. I don't know what I'm saying anymore.
Yeah.
Since I've like been less in the Twitch culture recently, I feel like I have become one with myself, but less with the memes, sadly.
I'm gonna play,
Probably for the best.
I'm gonna play another clip here. Brandon, you can unmute the YouTube stream in a second, but I'm gonna grab a fork and eat some of this food while this plays. This is so what's coming up. What you've already seen on here. What you've already seen is Donald Trump pre-Biden dropping out, Donald Trump pre-assassination attempt. Then we watched the Biden train wreck debate performance where he barely mumbled his way through that whole debate. And now, so this next one is basically the purgatory zone between Biden maybe dropping out, maybe not dropping out, Trump having an assassination attempt against him, and then finally Kamala being announced as the candidate. Let me see here. But this is before the debate. So I'm going to switch over to that in a second, and we can watch that to continue our journey to the election day, which is right now, and new results will be coming in a half hour. So I'm going to play that now. Let's see if it goes up.
Now, she's trying to come back. She got rid of the laugh. I noticed I haven't seen that crazy laugh that she got. She's crazy. That laugh, that's the laugh of a crazy person. But I noticed that she's not using that laugh anymore. Somebody convinced her, don't laugh, just don't laugh. Don't laugh under any circumstances because you...
I like laughter, but sometimes.
Not her laughter. Jewish people, if you're Jewish and you vote for Biden or the Democrats or Kamala or whoever's going to run, I guess it's going to be her. But if you voted for her or the Democrats, you should have your head examined because nobody's ever been treated so badly. Christians, get out and vote just this time. You won't have to do it anymore. 4 more years, you know what? It'll be fixed. It'll be fine. You won't have to vote anymore, my beautiful Christians. I love you, Christians. I'm a Christian. I love you. Get out. You got to get out and vote. They all say, I think he's changed. I think he's changed since 2 weeks ago. Something affected him. No, I haven't changed. Maybe I've gotten worse, actually, because I get angry. We have a brand new victim. And honestly, she's a radical left lunatic. Insane asylums, you know, they go crazy when I mention Dr. Hannibal Lecter. You know who that was? They say, why does he keep mentioning Hannibal Lecter? Well, you see, he was a slightly troubled patient in an insane asylum, and he'd love to have you for dinner, you right there. He'd love to have you for dinner. But I mentioned him because we have people like that coming into our country. They're closing their insane asylums all over the world. They're burning our American flag. And I said, I know they say it's unconstitutional. Well, make it not unconstitutional. You burn our American flag, you should get immediately mandatory 1 year in jail.
What are your pronouns?
I don't want pronouns. I don't want pronouns. I saw
So
that.
you're fluid? What is that?
Nobody even knows what that means. She was endorsing to fund the place and the police, and she said, violent mobs, let the violent mobs keep going. And I'm for electric cars. I have to be, you know, because Elon endorsed me very strongly, Elon. So I have no choice. They hate when I use Dr. Hannibal Lecter as the late, great Hannibal Lecter. Oh, they go, look at all the media back there. Look at all the fake news. That's a lot of fake news. And I don't speak badly about somebody's physical disability. But he's got the biggest stomach I have ever seen, I swear. I swear. That's the biggest stomach. I have never seen a stomach like that. Then he said, you know, I think J.D. Vance is weird. You know, it's a word that they use. I think he calls me that too. No, we're not. We're very solid people. I think we're very, actually, I think we're the opposite of weird. They're weird. Kamala Harris, you know, it's interesting. Nobody really knows her last name. If you ask people, do you know what her last name is? Nobody has any idea what it is. Harris. It's like Harris. I don't know. How the hell did this happen? We're not going to let this incompetent socialist lunatic keep breaking our economy for 4 more years. It'll destroy our country. That's the laugh of a crazy person, I will tell you. If you haven't known it, it's a crazy. She's crazy. Europe's a basic disaster because they've tended to go a little bit woke, but that's now changing. Have you been watching? I want to thank a very good man, and he's in there fighting. He's fighting, and we know he's a fighter. The next governor of North Carolina, Mark Robinson.
And you said Harris's crowd sizes were AI and that there weren't people there. There's all kinds of video evidence and people who were there who have proven that false. Can you tell us about why you made that claim?
Well, I can't say what was there, who was there. I can only tell you about ours. We have the biggest crowds ever in the history of politics. She said Kamala has one big advantage. She's a very beautiful woman. But I say that I am much better looking than her. I think I'm much better. Much better. I'm a better looking person than Kamala. Joe Biden hates her, okay? Hates her. I mean, our country's going to die. I had to play it back. You know, I love the playback controls you have nowadays. They used to call it TiVo. Now they have TiVo. I think it's the single greatest invention. It's better than television. She certainly attacks me personally. She actually called me weird. He's weird. It was just a soundbite. And she called JD and I weird. He's not weird. He was a great student at Yale. He went to Ohio State. We're going to end up not having a country. You're not going to have any media. We don't have media. They don't have media. They do their own media. They don't need media. We had goggles, brand new, right out of the box. You know, they didn't fight at night because they never had goggles, right? Good fighters. They never had goggles. Now they have brand new goggles. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. They are going to cheat like hell to win the election. Wind, they want wind all over the place. But when it doesn't blow, we have a little problem. You know, I do the weave. You know what the weave is? I'll talk about like 9 different things, and they all come back brilliantly together. And it's like, and friends of mine that are like English professors, they say, it's the most brilliant thing I've ever seen. But the fake news, you know what they say? He rambled. That's not rambling. When you have, what you do is you get off a subject to mention another little tidbit, then you get back onto the subject. Every place she's touched has turned to shit. I think I had 9 indictments, far more than Alphonse Capone, who was quite well known in Chicago and the environs. He liked killing people.
Can you commit to prioritizing legislation to make childcare affordable? And if so, what specific piece of legislation will you advance?
Well, I would do that, and we're sitting down. You know, I was somebody, we had Senator Marco Rubio, and my daughter Ivanka was so impactful on that issue. It's a very important issue. But I think when you talk about the kind of numbers that I'm talking about, that, because look, childcare is childcare. There's something, you have to have it. In this country, you have to have it. But when you talk about those numbers compared to the kind of numbers that I'm talking about by taxing foreign nations at levels that they're not used to, but they'll get used to it very quickly. And it's not going to stop them from doing business with us, but they'll have a very substantial tax when they send product into our country. Those numbers are so much bigger than any numbers that we're talking about, including childcare. Boeing had a little hard time, as you heard. So they're going to save, Leon's going to send up a rocket. He looks forward to it. That's all he thinks about is things like that. When I say Dr. Hannibal Lecter, the press says, oh, why did he mention that? They're wise guys back there, just wise guys. I mean, they can't believe it. They can't walk out of their apartments and buy a loaf of bread without getting mugged or wrapped or shot. If I don't win Colorado, it will be taken over by migrants and the governor will be sent fleeing. She's a nasty person. The way she treated Mike Pence was horrible. At the suggestion of Elon Musk, who has given me his complete and total endorsement, that's nice, 'cause he's a smart guy. He knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. It's very, very much appreciated. I will create a government efficiency commission tasked with conducting a complete financial and performance audit of the entire federal government and making recommendations for drastic reforms. We need to do it. And Elon, because he's not very busy, has agreed to head that task force. Be interesting. You have no choice. You've got to vote for me. You've got to vote for me. You got to. Even if you don't like me. They're going into schools. They're beating the hell out of our other pupils. We're giving them chairs, and we're telling people that have been there, families that have had their children in that school, you can't go to that school anymore. Can you imagine you're a parent and your son leaves the house and you say, Jimmy, I love you so much. Go have a good day in school. And your son comes back with a brutal operation. Can you even imagine this? We have people that are allowed to just walk in from countries unknown, from countries that nobody's ever even heard of. I better win, or you're going to have problems like we've never had. We may have no country left. It may be our last election. You want to know the truth? People have said that. This may be our last election. You got to get out and...
All right. God.
Oh my God, that was agonizingly long. I loved I don't think I'd seen the one. I don't want I don't have pronouns. I don't want them. I don't want them.
Nobody even. Oh, so you're fluid. Nobody knows what that means.
And then the thank you. And then and then the whole thing about which like Republicans actually believe that kids are going to school and coming home with a sex change operation.
Insane. Yeah.
They're doing sex change operations at the school. They've converted the nurse's office where the kids go to get a Band-Aid when they get a boo-boo. They're doing gender confirmation surgery in there.
And at the border.
Without asking anyone.
At the border, if you want it, you have to just go down to the border, and Kamala Harris's transgender surgery czar will be there to fix you up. And that is definitely something that's happening.
Speaking of transgender, apparently we're getting our first transgender congresswoman.
Oh, great.
She won.
Hell yeah.
That's nice.
It is not looking great right now, but again,
It's early.
A lot of important states coming in about 20 minutes.
This is what it looks like in 2020.
The significant thing that they pointed out, let me see where the coverage was. Florida, here it is. Every county that has reported at least 95% of its expected vote in Florida has shifted right compared with 2020. In the large urban counties, Miami-Dade has shifted 19 points. Hillsborough shifted 10 points and Palm Beach shifted 12 points. And this goes with exactly what I say about Florida, is just like that state is an experiment for what this is all going to look like if it gets to the rest of the country. It is wild and crazy down there.
Yeah. They got another hurricane heading their way?
It looks like that one's going to go up towards Louisiana if it fully forms.
Yeah, they haven't gotten one in a while. So, all right.
But yeah, that doesn't surprise me. When I was there last week, everyone was extremely confident that it was going to go that way. And like I said, they had Trump merch stores out in front of the polling places. They did the national anthem for a costume contest at a Halloween party.
How do Floridians, is it just cognitive dissonance? Like, how do they square the circle that Donald Trump hates Ron DeSantis and dog walked him and made him his bitch?
Because Ron DeSantis put his support behind Trump. He didn't care. And this is about more than making fun of a governor. This is about installing a commander-in-chief that will seek retribution on all of his perceived enemies.
Yeah.
And if tiny little Ron with his lifts is going to get in the way, then so too bad.
Oh yeah, the shoe lifts.
Also, since 2020, Florida has become like the crypto capital of the world. So
that's another thing.
The flip for Miami-Dade specifically, which is like the home of crypto, is Miami.
Yeah, home of crypto and crypto money. Like the whole economy is sort of built on it the way it was built on cocaine in the 80s.
Yeah.
So you've got that, people moving there specifically for crypto, and then you've just got the usual thing of people moving from like red areas of blue northern states to Florida where they make things more red.
And they had a huge influx of those types of people because of The COVID restrictions. Florida was wide open, so everyone who thought that they were being oppressed, lots of people went down there.
Yeah.
It is ironic, though, that the state just got completely destroyed by 3 hurricanes back to back to back, and they seem perfectly fine taking that government money when they have to rebuild their towns every year.
Wow.
Yeah.
But
Hey,
very,
good news.
very upset that anyone else would get any money from the government for any reason at all.
Except for them.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. That's what we think. We think about ourselves.
That's right. This is America, baby.
My egg go up, I vote red.
That's right.
That's the dream. Hey, Michigan, though. It seems like Michigan's Supreme Court flipped blue.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah.
A lot of small victories happening.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're going to get more results in just under 20 minutes. Sorry, my food. I shouldn't have gotten the hot chicken. Now I'm...
Wait, where'd you get it from?
Dave's?
Just Dave's, because that's the easiest one on the Uber app.
Did you get a milkshake?
You know, I ordered it. They didn't bring it, though.
Whoa.
Oh, that's the worst. I hate that. Like, I know I'm a sloppy little piggy ordering food to have a servant bring it to me, but it's always so, like, I feel like a child whose ice cream fell on the sidewalk every time. Like, I'm like, you know what?
I was
will
really
get the
expecting
milkshake.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, you're like, I'm gonna indulge a little bit tonight, and then they forget it, and you're like, well, I got all excited for this fucking sweet, and now I can't have it.
Yep.
What do I have? Do I have any Nilla wafers in the cabinet?
I'm gonna have
It's
to make...
not the same.
I'm gonna have to make overnight oats, but try to tell the fridge to make them overnight faster.
Yeah. What happens to those oats if you only wait like not all the way
They're
overnight?
just soupy. Soupy oats.
Gremlins.
Jim Justice, the guy with the big bulldog, he won.
Yeah.
Jim Justice?
Jim Justice. He won the slot opened up by the retirement of Joe Manchin, who was a Republican anyway. So
Yeah.
But this is the guy who was at the RNC and his bulldog came out and stole the show.
He was the governor of West Virginia. Now he's the senator.
Will Republicans take the Senate? Is that what it's looking like?
Let me see
I
here.
guess I
Oh,
don't.
that's a whole nother tab I could have open.
Oh yeah, open the tab. U.S.
Senate.
Yeah, not looking good. Yeah, not looking good.
Nothing looking good, folks. But this is how we got our cart ahead of the horse last year, or not last year, last election.
Well, it's the quote red mirage,
Yeah.
right? But
Gotta get every vote counts. Every vote counts.
it's basically the smaller rural areas are counted faster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they are smaller and easier to count.
Because of reasons.
And those are typically more red.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's why it's stolen. I mean, Trump already told me that he was going to lose, and it was going to be because it was stolen from him. So if he wins, do I think that they are bad at?
I didn't
what does
win.
that
No. They're
That would
trying
be
to
funny if
torture
he does
me.
not want to be president.
They're trying to torture me with another 4 years. No. Let's see. With more than 75% of the vote counted in Georgia, Trump is a clear favorite. A lot of votes remain to be counted in Atlanta, obviously, where Harris has shown some strength. She will need to outperform expectations to close the gap. That's the latest there. Let's see about House results.
Yeah, House is not looking great either, but less bad than Senate.
Well, everything's gonna match what's coming in on the national stuff for locals, and then it's gonna match the president's stuff with.
I don't know. I feel like a lot more people are like splitting their vote in really weird ways this election.
Yeah, a lot might. I mean,
Silly
the
stuff.
theory is that by pandering to Republicans, they would vote for Kamala, but then vote Republicans for their senators and.
I don't think that's something that has ever happened.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Maybe like the Cheneys.
Yeah, we love Dick Cheney, don't we, folks? All the Cheney heads out there.
Yeah.
Stupid.
Yeah.
Remember when he did that war?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, actually, please don't remember when he did that war.
Mm-hmm.
The
You
only
ever seen
thing
Vice?
he's known for. Yeah. Yeah, Christian Bale sure got fat for that.
Yeah. It was. I liked the movie. It was a fun movie.
And then he got skinny again.
I thought it was fine. It was like, I don't know. I was paying attention when this all was happening in real life. So like, other than the early days, I was like, I saw this. This is stuff I already know.
I was not paying attention.
You were just
I was
zoned
doing
out.
great. I was
Another
zoned
first
out,
date.
dude. Yeah, I just
Hey,
can't
let's go
help
see
it,
the
dude.
Dick Cheney movie.
I mean, when was that? I mean, that was around my first date. I went to Chili's. It was pretty
First
good.
date ever?
First date ever.
Yeah,
I
but
got in
that,
the
that,
car
couldn't,
ride.
that couldn't have been on the Dick Cheney movie. That was only a couple years ago.
True. No, I
Right?
was 16.
Hopefully.
I was 16. I went out with a girl from my church.
Mm.
I backed up into someone in the parking lot of Chili's.
Oh.
And
One too many dollar margaritas, huh?
Yeah. And then Chili's took too long. I paid for it with a gift card because I had a gift card. That's why I went to Chili's. We were supposed to see a movie, but all the movies were sold out. Like they weren't showing movies anymore. So instead, I was like, "Do you want to walk around Target?"
Very
And
romantic.
we walked around Target, and I bought Metal Gear Acid for the PSP because it was in clearance.
Nice.
Sorry, babe.
Was she?
Nothing's happening tonight. I got Metal Gear.
Was she a gamer?
No, and then I felt really embarrassed. I dropped her off. I saw her at church the next day at the end of the hallway. We locked eyes, and then I just turned around and walked away. And like never talked to her.
You
again,
really are
'cause
living a movie in your own head, huh?
Yeah. It's
Was there some like, I don't want to wait for our lives to be over? Was that happening?
My movie is between the midpoint and the third act the entire time.
Okay.
Just
How many
the-
kids does that girl have now?
I think she has 2.
Yeah, that's actually less than I would have guessed. Church girl, like I would have guessed she would start pumping them up. Like
we need those strong
24,
Christian soldiers.
25.
Yeah. I was at church like 2 or 3 times a week. I was at church a lot.
That's too much church.
Yeah.
What is there even to talk about?
Turned you into a freak.
Dude, when I had sex ed at church and the lady, how she kicked it off, she was like, all right. She had a big whiteboard. She was like 75. And she was like, let's write all the words we know that mean masturbation. And
I mean,
she just
I
had a giant whiteboard and everyone was just choking the chicken, and she would write it on the board and she'd be like, all right, if you ever get the urge to have sex, do this instead. Like that was her whole
interesting.
thesis.
Interesting. That's not what I would have
Yeah.
guessed because I went to Catholic elementary school and had sex ed there, and I was told that jerking off is a sin and you shouldn't do it.
That's true.
And if you do it, you got to go to confession and look
Tell 'em
a
all
priest
about
in
it.
the eye and tell him that you did it
In detail. You have to get really into it. Another random memory just popped up. Remember at the DNC when Mike Lindell shaved his beard to go undercover?
His mustache.
His mustache,
And yes.
yeah.
Oh, yes.
It was very obviously, and then he got in an argument with like a
Or the
8-year-old.
child. Yeah. Incredible stuff.
There was some in the this is another
I'll be right
RFK
back.
Jr.
You
one.
guys talk amongst each other. I gotta use the bathroom.
Remember the celebrity cruise he was gonna have?
RFK?
Yeah, he was gonna have a
No.
cruise with his wife and Zachary Levi.
Oh, he's really gone off the fucking deep end.
Oh yeah. Did you see the girl from Drag Me to Hell also today was like, first time voting for Republican, can't
Wait,
wait.
what? Who was the girl from Drag Me to Hell? Who was that? I need to Google that. Drag Me to Hell. Allison Lohman.
Yeah, she's now and I think
what
it's
has she even
precisely
done?
because of like a lot of the vaccine and like
Oh,
GMO stuff.
a lot of like famous people don't have enough going on in their lives, and it makes them very susceptible to the vaccine stuff. But like also I feel like there's another side to it. So I'm looking at Allison Lohman's filmography. She has not done a movie in 8 years.
Oh yeah. She's gonna be starring next to Zach Levi for a Daily Wire movie next year.
There's definitely like a career success failure aspect to this. Very clearly with Zachary Levi, where he was in that Purple Crayon movie that no one saw, and then he was in the Shazam movies, and he thought that was like his ticket to the A-list, and
Yes.
it wasn't. And yeah, I think that definitely motivated his his shift. Although I think he's kind of always been conservative. He was like college roommates with one of the Daily Wire guys.
Yeah, I think he's one of those people that has been like just sneaky conservative the whole time, and then very into like the vaccine stuff. Oh, here, let me. There we go. I just posted that cruise that he was gonna have, but where's the like star? It's called a star-studded sunset cruise.
Okay, so
is that you're talking about the RFK meet and greet?
And it
Set
never
sail.
happened.
Set sail on a luxurious super yacht
Send it to me
departing
on
from
the
Marina
Discord.
del Rey on August 11th, 2024. Okay, so that would have already happened. Oh shit. The guests are Drea De Matteo, who played Christopher Moltisanti's girlfriend on The Sopranos, Meta World Peace, Ron Artest, and then a couple unnamed people, an influential pop culture writer with stories that shape trends, a hilarious and provocative comedian who always steals the show, and one of the biggest stars in Hollywood, known for their roles in blockbuster superhero movies. Okay, so that's definitely Zachary Levi is the last one on the list. I wonder who those other two were. Yeah, we were talking about that while you were taking a shit.
I wasn't taking a shit. I took a piss. A bio break, as they call it in the industry.
There's no shame in taking a poop break.
It wasn't a poop break.
If I don't go for like 2 days, I start to get really nervous.
You don't go for 2 days?
No, I'm saying if I don't, like I start to get nervous.
You can't go more than that.
Well, yeah, that's why I start down in fiber and stuff. But like,
that's a problem I wish I had. I've known people who have been like, yeah, I haven't taken a shit this week. I'm starting to get nervous. I'm like, a week? A week?
Wow.
Where does it go? Gotta go at least once a day.
Yeah, that's what I would think. That's the sign that you're healthy there.
Yeah.
Brandon, before we let you go for another guest, would love
who's
to
after me?
None of your business.
Phil Larigo.
God damn it. Well, there we go. Wow. I'm actually, that's a good, y'all traded up.
Would love to get your thoughts.
No, don't say that.
Would love to get your thoughts on arguably the dumbest, one of the dumbest moments from this presidential election year, which was Vice President J.D. Vance talking about Haitian migrants in Springfield eating dogs and cats, and then Donald Trump, with just the lightest pushback from Kamala Harris in the first debate about his crowd size, starts freaking out and immediately launches into they're eating the
cats, they're eating the dogs, they're eating the pets.
Because you were the man that brought the goofification of America to the masses.
Yeah.
We need your opinions on the eating of the cats and the dogs. To be clear, that didn't happen. It was just a nasty rumor that was started by the Trump administration.
News to me. That's one of those things where it's wild that you can hear that. And I assume most people don't believe that happened. But to hear that and then be like, okay, I think this person should be the next president and vote for them is like, obviously there's been a billion of those moments with this, but it's like, I just think it's a progressive thing, or not a progressive thing, but it's just the contrast, because look, Democrats are far, far from perfect, obviously. But the fact is, we put a blibbering dude on a debate.
Blibbering dude.
And a blibbering man, and we said, please no. And they actually went through with it. That would never happen on the
it took a while. It took like 4 weeks of being like, no, you really got to drop out. And they're like, what are you talking about? He's fine.
Yeah.
Like literally just being gaslit by like the president and all of his friends. It was weird.
But it's just like, it's so reactionary, which is what we faced this entire time, I guess.
Yeah.
So
I do have something that I've made for the next potential map of the United States. Let's see here. Let me see if I can show it. Maybe it's I'm trying to get it to on. Whoops, that's that. There we go. I have so if you take this, everybody knows this, right? Everybody knows that one. But so if you spin it on your side though, what you could
God.
potentially get is
that's goofy.
no, that's Saddam Hussein.
Oh, yeah.
Hiding blatantly in America.
Yeah.
In America,
Saddam Hussein.
that is Saddam Hussein hiding in our beautiful country.
Are you sure it is? Because I need a big label saying Saddam Hussein, pointing at it to know that that's Saddam Hussein.
He's been hiding in our country the entire time.
It does.
And everyone is so concerned about the election that they have overlooked the most obvious thing.
I mean, you're right, and it follows the Mississippi.
Yeah,
really makes you think.
that's our most vital shipping lane.
Yeah.
So to think that he's been here in these United States the entire time.
I did look at the U.S. today because I was like, I'm not going to be able to.
What a bird's eye view of it.
Like, what else
I'm
do
not
these
going to be able to
states look
do.
like?
I'm not going to be able to replicate Goofy, and I was like, so many of these are just fucking squares.
I want to play GeoGuessr with Brandon so bad.
I don't.
How do you do that?
But I did notice that
GeoGuessr. Let me see how that works.
you can't play GeoGuessr. Yeah, Washington looks like an angry bird eating a hot dog, though.
Washington with the state or the city?
Look at the state of Washington real quick.
The state of Washington.
The state.
And so is the beak the top left?
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. How does it look like that? Let me see. Hold
that
on.
tip of Canada, that's like a hot dog.
Here, hold on.
Okay.
I got it pulled up.
I don't see the angry bird. I mean, I see like the vague shape of some sort of mouth, but the angry bird.
Wait, hold on. Look, what is this? How are you seeing this?
Okay, so Washington, turn it upside down.
Why would I turn it upside down? Then it doesn't look like that.
Well, yeah, but you have to think. Don't you do things in your mind where you turn shapes?
Oh yeah,
I guess so. Yeah.
Okay, so
it's just hard for me to do on the stream, so you'll have to explain better.
I never knew Washington
was
so. I didn't realize it was so like
wet,
kind of ugly.
It's very wet.
Yeah, look at it.
Yeah.
A lot of rivers, a lot of water.
So wait, describe again what you're seeing with the final thing is the Angry Bird doing what?
Yeah, did you ever see the Angry Bird movie and they made a game about it?
No, the game came first. I know that.
I played it back in the day.
Yeah.
So the Angry Birds, it looks like them because their beaks are specifically like that.
But they're very round, and the state of Washington is mostly square.
Yeah.
Right, but this is the idea that like they've been squished into a box, right?
I'm sorry, this is just not goofy.
So, no.
Not goofy.
I know it's not goofy. I never claimed it was goofy.
Stop trying to make Angry Bird Washington happen.
It's not gonna happen, buddy.
Not gonna happen.
What is gonna happen is GeoGuessr. No.
Is it gonna happen?
I don't know.
I'll play GeoGuessr.
I don't even know how that would work because the stream is like a 30-second delay.
You have to like pay for it too.
You have to pay for GeoGuessr now?
I guess so.
I mean, I guess they saw how many streamers were like doing it on
probably.
stream. I can't blame them. Get paid.
Well,
wait, how do they have a needle? I thought the needle was this is a scab needle.
Yeah, it's not. Well, I don't. That's why I don't trust the accuracy of it. You see.
Yeah, the needle's on strike.
That's what I thought.
I didn't mean to call Washington ugly, by the way.
Oh wait,
I love Washington.
hang on for you really fucking did it with that one.
The Puget Sound is a delightful body of water.
That's where that guy was like, I bet I could fly a plane, and then he did.
He did a barrel roll.
Yep, an Airleon roll or whatever they call it.
I would love to. I would actually love the Pacific Northwest to have a home that overlooks a cliff into the ocean. That would be peak.
Yeah,
as the kids say.
That would be nice, I guess. Yeah, it's just a random wish.
Yeah,
okay.
But I looked at prices. Housing prices are crazy.
Yeah, all that. Amazon and Microsoft are up there. So
yeah, never gonna be cheap.
Yeah,
we're gonna have new results coming in 1 minute, so stick around for a second, Brandon.
All right.
Or you can leave. You have to go. It's 7 to your trivia anyway.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine. I can stick around for the latest results, and then I'll swap out with Phil. Whatever y'all want. Whatever
you going to trivia? It's gonna be weird.
I know. That's why I don't want to go, but I feel like I am an emotional support friend in this scenario.
Yeah, that's fine. They're gonna need it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, when you go, tell Chloe we'd be happy to have her on later today.
Oh yeah, I know.
And, or later tonight. She gave me like a maybe. She's like, I don't know. I'm probably gonna have a couple beers, and I might not be feeling it. I'm like, this is not a job interview. This is I've been drinking wine this whole time. You'll be fine.
It's already been 2 hours, and I'm already exhausted. So, everything just got messed up because Phil's in. We got to let you go, Brandon. Bye bye.
All right, bye, bye,
bye. We got Big Daddy Phil in the chat.
Where are we at here? There we go. There he is.
Papa Phil.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Where are we at? Juggling apps.
Yeah,
Juggling these apps. What are we doing here?
You're in there now.
We're electing Donald Trump again from the looks of it.
Oh, okay, thank God. I was in the bathroom, just putting my own head in the toilet.
Yeah.
And real quick, I just gotta, before we forget what Brandon said, whacking it, cranking it, rubbing one out, lonely time, baiting, and doing it with the couch.
Yeah.
Those were the quickies I just wanted to throw out there real quick.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, JD Vance fucked the couch. We forgot to even talk about that.
That's right. Yeah, he fucked the couch, and then they were like, actually, Tim Walz drank horse cum.
Yeah.
And
they really nailed that one.
Not as good. Sorry,
guys.
No. It's like when you make fun of a kid and he's like, yeah, well, your diarrhea rings down. And you're just like, what are you doing? Like, there's no...
Yeah.
You can defake an AI and all this nonsense your way into stuff, but just like, it's not... The JD Vance thing was perfect. The perfect Venn diagram of like believability and all of it.
Yeah. Phil, can you please tell us about Mr. Tech Phil here? JD Vance... his not really entry into politics, but being called upon to be Trump's running mate, and just kind of a shithead, just a VC guy who Peter Thiel funded his Senate campaign, and seems like he's just kind of a puppet for this tech ruling class.
Yeah, it's a bummer. I'm sure you guys covered this. I don't watch every episode because it would make me sad of Internet Today, but yeah, I mean, he's supposedly Appalachian and this good old boy, hillbilly elegy, all this stuff. And then he goes out to Silicon Valley and kind of, I think he's like, oh, these are my people. Like, these are my fucking people out here, like rich people. And it's nicer out here. And there's sushi and there's all this stuff that I don't have back home. And then I think he's at his core, I hate to admit, but like a smart person, like he can talk sentences and do all that stuff. And I don't know if Peter Thiel sought him out or if he,
well, Thiel hired him at that at his one of his
Y
firms.
Combinator. Yeah. So Y Combinator is like an incubator for all this, the tech startups and stuff. But yeah, I mean, Peter Thiel. I realize I'm rolling dice in case there's any moderators or anyone's to report this. I'm in Vegas. I'm rolling dice. That's how you get around that TV. But yeah, Peter Thiel, I mean, he got Gawker shut down because they were mean to him, and
they told everyone he was gay, which he is. Yeah, but
so I think Peter Thiel is a modern day like bad guy, and him and JD Vance putting them together is like mixing bleach and ammonia. You get something real bad. And JD Vance is the non-household name I think that you can put out there. And eyeliner and all, he seems pretty put together. So when you want a puppet, and any fucking barnacle you can stick to the SS Trump, and it can just like down the diarrhea river. Like, yeah, I just think it's so funny that like Mike Pence is not even like talked about anymore in the Republican Party. Like, it is insane to me.
I think he's in witness protection.
It seems like it.
No one's seen him in years.
It's just wild how it's just like, where's your ex-wife? And it's just like, oh, she disappeared a few years ago. I'm not really sure. Like, if there was a guy whose wife disappeared and he had a new young wife, people would ask questions, but they don't really anymore. They just...
Mike Pence is sort of the Shelley Miscavige of the Republican Party.
Yeah.
We don't talk about
that. Every once in a while, like one Republican goes, hey, whatever happened to Mike Pence?
Shut up! If you say it 3 times, he appears with mother. Don't do it.
Yeah. So what do you've obviously been following the past couple of months. What do you think about old Elon Musk's involvement in the election this year after, he decided to buy Twitter, was forced to buy Twitter, some might say, and then
it's an X. I'm doing an X.
Did so under the guise that he was going to make things very even-handed and that it was going to be the public town square where all opinions are great and heard, and definitely is not going to cater to one political party over the other.
I will say, when you graciously let me be on your show a lot, and we were together over at Machinima, and I was very, very, very active on Twitter. I remember that was when the Donald Trump, it was starting to rise, but there was a lot of vitriol. And I would wake up, my alarm would go off. I grab my phone. I have terrible eyesight, so I literally have to put my phone like 1 inch from my eyeball. And I would start like scrolling Twitter, and I could feel my heart rate go from like 60 to like 100. And that was like before all of this. Watching the fall of Musk and just the neckbeard grow and the incel and like all these things, and just watching him go to the lowest common denominator of stuff and still take swings. Like the guy at a party who like everyone finished talking about something 10 minutes ago, he's like, oh yeah, like Gumby's dick. And then everyone looks over and is like, what are you talking about? Like he's late to jokes and he owns the fucking social media platform. Like that's what it is. So yeah, watching it, there was a bit of me that wanted the chaos. I was like, make this motherfucker buy it. This is gonna be hilarious. And then when it happened, the reality set in. I'm like, oh no, we have a new stepdad, and this one sucks worse than the last one. So, and just watching everything go down.
It was the assassination attempt against Trump that brought Elon from the sidelines straight into being eventually Trump's right-hand man. I mean, he's with him tonight as the results are coming in. He's spent $100 million supporting Trump during the season.
Spent it very ineffectively from the sounds of it. Not exactly money well spent, but he's got lots of it. So whatever. I guess he doesn't care.
I mean, Trump and Musk, that's a nightmare ketamine rotation. That is a bad place to be in a K-hole with those two holed up in hamburger heaven down in Florida.
Yeah. It's and like, say what you will about Trump, he has charisma, which Elon does not have. And it's been crazy. I mean, it's always been weird to me that he does the Steve Jobs thing at all of his like Tesla and SpaceX events when he is the worst public speaker.
And always decides to go without a script. He has like ideas of a script, and then he goes out there and just kind of
no teleprompter, no nothing, no notes. And the craziest thing is like he's been doing this for over a decade. He hasn't gotten any better. In fact, in a lot of ways, he's gotten worse at it. So seeing him like go up on stage right after Trump is extremely funny because like Trump is up there talking absolute fucking nonsense, but he's,
he's weaving. He's doing the weave.
If you didn't understand English, you'd see Trump on stage and be like, okay, that guy, he's working a crowd like he has it. And then you see Musk up on stage. You don't know what he's saying, but you're like, ooh, that is yikes.
Yeah, if you were a dog with your owner watching the TV, and you go, okay, this old guy, he's got the juice. And then the next time comes out, you keep looking back at your owner and you're like, this guy makes me feel, I feel like, can we lock the door, please? Yeah, I mean, Musk, some people theorize that when the Biden administration had a consortium of all the EV companies, they only brought in the legacy companies like Ford and GM and that type of stuff, I think to incentivize them. And Musk, people theorize that he felt slighted in that. And that
it was because those companies are all unionized and Tesla isn't. And Biden, if nothing else, he has been pretty good on unions, and he wants electric cars to be made in the USA by union labor, and Tesla is a non-union company, so they weren't involved in that. And Musk, at the time, he took it very fucking personally. He felt like he was being attacked, and it was really as simple as that. It's like, you're a non-union company.
Yeah, it's so having that kind of push him over. So many of the same issues that we've had, we as anybody who's critical of him, the nonsense that comes out of him about the hypocrisy, the just batshit crazy things, the dancing, the McDonald's. Again, there's so many that we have forgotten. You know, I swear there has to be someone with a Kofivi tattoo who's just like,
you remember that?
you know what I mean? It's the equivalent of like the mustache on your finger.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's got the Kofivi tattoo. All of that is copy pasted onto Musk, where it's like all the stuff he said on Twitter that he's like, well, we're gonna do free speech, and then everyone just says cisgender under the thing, and it's like,
no.
You have to kind of just like cut through and realize that you can't win the game. You're not going to outlogic them.
Yeah,
you're not going to.
They don't want to. Yeah, there's no point. There's no good faith argument to be had. And yeah, Musk's big thing over the past at least 6 months, probably longer, has been to what I think is he sees what he perceives to be all this stuff happening behind the scenes, and he, I guess, wants to just do it out in the open and see what happens, I guess, so that he can claim like, oh, well, you know, the Democrats did it, so when I do it, obviously there's a huge problem. But yeah, everything that he's done, down to like, you know, his claims that George Soros is secretly funding all of the media, and then he goes in, puts his hand on the scale by owning Twitter and pushing Trump ads 24/7 down the timeline.
Can I tell you the scariest thing that I heard about Musk? And I wish I could take credit for this. I was listening to the Vergecast on Friday. So if you remember recently when Trump was saying, "Oh, NBC should be in, you know, for SNL, and then CBS for edit." I think it was CBS with the Kamala interview.
Yeah, they edited
about
it.
that. Yeah, they edited it, and he's like, they should take that away. There is theoretically a situation where, if Trump puts in his own people at the FCC, his own FCC chair, and then judges who will back them up, and you have the Supreme Court behind them, he can revoke the licenses of all the networks that have spectrum, you know, that go over like the airwaves. And then what they'll do is, but they do all this stuff with cell phones. When you hear, you know, like they did all this stuff with like 5G. It's so boring. But like, oh, Verizon bid $8 billion to get this chunk, and T-Mobile bid this. It's like, it's a literal auction. So if they take it away from these companies because what they're doing is anti-American or anti-competitive, according to him and his judges, they will re-auction it. And do you know who's going to win those auctions for the airwaves? The richest man on the planet, Elon Musk.
Yeah.
And theoretically, that'll be this big thing where we will be in the opening tutorial of Half-Life 2, where Elon's going to be on screens and we're going like, so the Cybertruck, put your Cybertruck over here. Like, and making like 420-69 jokes.
Yeah.
But hey, I mean, like, at least Tank Johnson. Oh, wait, no, I'm thinking of Portal. Shit.
Yeah.
So I was being like, oh, Tank Johnson is like, has, you know, he's at least entertaining in Portal, but then that's a different game. Half-Life.
City 17. Yeah.
Colorado has been called for Harris. I think we pretty much assumed that was going to happen. So
is Lauren Boebert? What's happening with Lauren Boebert?
Can you look that up?
I kind of forgot about her. Lauren
She's
Boebert.
giving someone an old-fashioned at a senior prom right now.
She's winning. Yeah, she's gonna win.
Yeah, because she changed districts too. In order.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh.
The mood.
Is that what you move?
The mood at the Trump campaign's party in Palm Beach has noticeably turned in the last few minutes. Republicans are getting rowdy as Trump's prospects get rosier. The cavernous room just roared to delight as it was announced that the former president had narrowed the gap in Pennsylvania.
Okay. Well,
see, that's what's so tough about. I mean, like, I know Georgia, they're counting. Forgive my ignorance, but the county that Atlanta's in and things like that. But is that still holding true? I've been trying to watch everything.
It's
still holding true.
It's very, very close in Georgia. It's 47% to 52%. They're off by about 200,000 votes in the entire state. So
yeah. But they Atlanta takes a long time to count, and they've done that kind of on purpose. And it sounds like a similar thing in Pennsylvania. Like Philadelphia and Pittsburgh are going to take forever to count, whereas all the suburbs and rural areas. So Pennsylvania, everything's going to definitely get blue. Or
Pennsylvania is separated by 70,000 votes right now. Like, it's just, everything is so tight.
Can I posit a theory? And you guys let me know whether you've seen this, you know, whether this holds water or not. But previously on American elections, all the early stuff, the early voting and mail and stuff was always blue, and then the in-person
Yeah.
stuff was always red.
Yeah.
So that
seemed to be
changed
how it
this
was.
time around. They started
Right.
actually encouraging the MAGA nation to
Show
vote
up.
So that
early.
seems to have leveled. So when it says we're still 61, there's still 39% of the vote that's not counted. We know that's
Yeah.
not going to be all red coming in, right? It might not be 50-50, but it'll likely be more balanced.
Yeah, and this
or
does.
in
I'll
cases-
admit this sounds like cope for sure, but this is what we lived through during the last presidential election. This was we streamed till like midnight on that one, which
Yeah.
we're definitely not doing on this one because I have had no sleep. But even then, we ended and it was like, damn, that looks like it's going to be Trump. And then the mail-in ballots started coming in, the tallies from that, and it changed the course of the election. And that's the problem is with having, if it does end up going that way, the problem is that you have Trump already doing his victory lap. You heard what the reporters on the ground were saying at the victory party in Palm Beach. Like they're going nuts, and they're going to continue to go nuts with every single small bit of news, so that if it does eventually switch, they will claim that there was another last minute, middle of the night alteration that stole it from them.
Yeah, that's what it's been with all these whack polls. And I forgot who it was yesterday, but that he emailed himself the fake poll numbers.
Yeah.
You guys see that?
And,
everyone's
barely,
like, turn up the
barely hide
brightness.
his he sketched over it with like the pen tool or whatever.
Yeah,
and
he didn't
then
push hard enough.
Yeah, and you can still see his email address sending it to himself with fake poll numbers.
Like, this is what worries me. Everybody in these things where you see that, that happening, the people who were burning ballot boxes and going online and bragging about it, right? Like, all these people are incompetent. Like January 6th, that was a bunch of buffoons who went to the Capitol. What happens if there ever are competent people? Like, is that the Project 2025 people? Are they the competent ones who we have to worry about? Like, that's what freaks me out, because we're still dealing like you're a Civ guy, Elliot. Like, we're still fighting cavemen, but we have tanks. Like, we're still far enough ahead that we go, oh yeah, you guys can do this stuff. But the election could still go, and we're still dealing with some of the dumbest people who are committing crimes and who are bad at this. Like, I feel like I'm watching Burn After Reading, and it's like everyone's Brad Pitt's character. Like, it's just they're morons.
Are you seeing
like, yo, I stole some double ballots. Boom.
Can you see Elliot right now or what?
I can see Elliot. I'm not acknowledging it because I don't want to.
Yeah, neither am I.
I didn't know they had these features in Zoom. They're not very good.
I mean,
oh, hey, you know what'd be
cool.
funny, Elliot, will you lay Ricky and I off?
Oh yeah, Elliot's Peanut. Elliot's Peanut. We have to interview Elliot as Peanut.
Wait, well, Peanut was the squirrel.
Yeah, but you look kind of like a squirrel. Right now.
Do they have? Is this a squirrel?
Yes.
Oh, hey, yeah, I'm a squirrel.
All right, Peanut. We got an exclusive interview with Peanut the squirrel here.
Yeah, coming to you live from the afterlife.
Hey, so
the police killed me. Justice for me.
Let's
Justice
talk about
Peanut.
when you first got picked up off the streets, and your life was nothing but finding nuts and burying them and climbing trees, and then you get thrust into a beautiful home with a very sex positive couple. What was that like?
It was pretty cool. They kept things really like, it was a fancy house, a lot of room to squirrel around in. I felt a little bit exploited, and then there was a lot of times where they would lock me out of the room, and it sounded like scary things were happening inside. I'd go and hide.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I had just got breaking news that Timothée Chalamet will be playing Peanut in the Peanut biopic.
Woo!
Peanuts.
Woo! And
They
it's
got
the director
Chalamet.
of Paddington.
That's right.
Well, I'm happy to hear that. I wish I was still alive, but it is an honor to be played by Timothée Chalamet, my favorite twink.
But Peanut, what were you aware? Run me through the day that it happened. You had your home is getting raided. Your porn star father is being busted. You don't have your papers. The government officials are there, and the reports. Look, I don't know who to believe. The reports say that you bit a police officer. Do you have any comments on that?
Fake news. Nope, that's just typical police lying. It was a normal day. I was doing squirrel things. I had some nuts. My parents were having loud sex on the camera, and then we heard
Me
a big.
too.
Then the door busted open, and about 100 cops came in, and I put up my little tiny hands, put them up to show that I wasn't armed, and they didn't care. They said, "Drop the weapon." I said, "No, I don't have a weapon. I'm a squirrel." And they said, "Put it down." And I was like, "What do you mean? What are you talking about? I don't have anything." And then they fired like 1,000 bullets at me. They turned me into Swiss cheese. There was nothing left, and it was fucked up, and I was dead.
Well, it's good to see that there is an afterlife.
Yep. Only for squirrels, though. The rest of you, it's nothing.
Phil, do you have any questions for Peanut the squirrel? Were you even aware of this story?
I was very aware of the story. You know, I saw it literally got political that the GOP was saying that Dems killed Peanut. And yeah, I guess my thing is, how are you here? Like, did Beetlejuice get you here? Is this just a new Zoom feature that we can get? Because, you know, I have a hermit crab that I'd like to speak to that I had in third grade. I just kind of want to see where he's at right now.
Yeah.
And I didn't know.
Phil, is there?
So
can you check out your avatars and see if there's maybe a whale or a bear so we can get RFK's victim on here?
Animal heaven only includes cats, cows, dogs, foxes, rabbits, polar bears, no other kind of bear. Oh, panda bears and polar bears, squirrels. Wait. Hold on. Wait a second. I think I'm in the wrong place because it turns out this is actually a grizzly bear avatar, not a squirrel avatar.
No. Keep it on. Keep it on. You look like a squirrel.
Wait.
I have one more question. What do you think
there's
about
raccoon, wolf, and another cow?
Do you have I guess a polar bear would work for Phil, but what do you think about the MAGA movement co-opting your death? Like you obviously didn't have any control of that. We don't even know who called the officials on you. What do you think about the fact that presidential candidate Trump and his movement have embraced you as their martyr?
Man, I think it's fucked up. I think they are exploiting my death as a squirrel. These people didn't give a shit about squirrels until I got murked by the cops. And now it's like, we care about squirrels. You should never kill a squirrel. And like, I know some of those people, like, they've shot at me before. Back when I was wild, back when I was doing squirrel things outside, they tried to kill me. And now they're acting like, we love Peanut. No, you don't. No, you don't. I don't believe it. Don't fall for the...
Peanut,
don't believe the hype.
It looks like your son has joined us on the stream as well.
Oh, my son. Do you miss your father?
I wish someone would take the fluoride. I wish someone would take fluoride out of the water, and then I wouldn't have been stabbed by that man. I wish someone would ban vaccines, and then I wouldn't have been stabbed by that man.
Yeah, the police had too much fluoride. It made them aggressive.
What happened to that guy's voice, and why did they let her back on the final season of Curb? You know, I have questions, and I'm raising my arms.
Let's get a new membership train going. If you're not a paid member of the channel yet, and you're liking our exclusive conversation with Peanut the squirrel, who is now turned into a human angel, please consider hitting the join button and becoming a paid member of the channel. Really helps us out. Really helps us understand what the next year is gonna look like. And
this is my take on things. Is you know, if Peanut was able to fuck like rabbits like his parents were,
there he is.
that would be
Tony Sweetman.
thing.
Thank you for the membership.
But if we, if there was, but they did me dirty. They did me like a dog. Okay, and I don't think
they're eating the dogs.
Okay, they're eating the dogs. Okay,
there's one right
eating
now.
The cats. And I just think we're really milking this thing for all it's worth.
Oh, hey, there's Devin Nunes' cow. It's Devin Nunes' cow, everyone.
And anyway, you don't have to be as quick as a fox to think that Trump is
Scrub-a-daddy, thank you for becoming a member. Nate Rings, thank you for becoming a member.
I'm the cop that killed Peanut. I'm the one that did it. Look at me. I saw that squirrel and I started blasting. I was like, stop resisting.
Scruffy Daddy, Corey Davenport, Lazy Jones, Ethan, Mark Couchman. Thank you for becoming members. You guys are the best. You guys are the best. Unfortunately, that means don't go anywhere, Phil. We're gonna play a video though. What's next up on the videos? We have the RNC. Does everyone remember? Wait, no. We have the Trump-Harris debate first, and this one's, I believe, shorter. So we have the Trump. Wait, was the RNC before the Trump-Harris debate? It was.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. Okay.
When the RNC happened,
It was right after the shooting.
I believe Joe Biden was still the nominee.
Yeah.
And that was like one of the funniest things is the whole RNC, they were like talking shit on Joe Biden. And then like 3 days later, he dropped out.
Yes. Okay, so we're going to watch the RNC then. So you guys can unmute your YouTubes in a second, and then that'll be there. Here we go. Ooh.
This fringe agenda includes biological males competing against girls.
They promised normalcy and gave us Transgender Visibility Day on Easter Sunday.
I am Mark Robinson. I am the first black lieutenant governor of North Carolina. And come November, I plan on being the first black governor of North Carolina.
And let me start by giving thanks to God Almighty for protecting President Trump. And for turning his head on Saturday as the shot was fired.
They can't even define what a woman is. The woke mind virus is dead, and Florida is a solid Republican state.
God spared President Trump from that assassin because God is not finished with him yet.
Under Biden-Harris, America has fallen sicker, lonelier, and poorer. Under Trump, we prospered, we were richer, inflation was low, and there were two genders.
And I know that God has put an armor of protection over Donald Trump.
The only crime President Trump has committed is loving America. President Trump did not just take a bullet in Butler, Pennsylvania. He has and will continue to take them for each and every one of us.
There was blood pouring everywhere, and yet, in a certain way, I felt very safe because I had God on my side. And give us your vote. I am trying to buy your vote. I'll be honest about that. By the way, you know who's taking the jobs that are created? 107% of those jobs are taken by illegal aliens. And you know who's being hurt the most by millions of people pouring into our country? The black population and the Hispanic population. Has anyone seen Silence of the Lambs? The late, great Hannibal Lecter. He'd love to have you for dinner.
When they took a shot at my hero, and they tried to kill the next president of the United States, enough was enough. And I said, let Trumpomania run wild, brother. Let Trumpomania rule again. Let Trumpomania make America great again.
All right, yeah, remember that? Remember all of that?
Peter Thiel? Does it all come back to Thiel?
It's all comes back to the Hulkamaniac, baby.
Did he book Hogan?
It must have been, yeah, because he that's what we were talking about at the time, because Hulk Hogan is how he got back at Gawker. He funded that lawsuit and destroyed Gawker financially. So there you go.
Question, is there going to be 30 seconds of dead air after this because of the delay, or should we start talking?
I already shut it off. It's already no, we're back.
We're back.
Yeah, we've been back, baby.
Oh, that's tough.
Okay, so
they can't even define what a woman is.
Can I get real for like 30 seconds?
Please do. Give us some rap.
Do you know when you see like Mark Wahlberg and The Rock and Chris Pratt, and they're all, maybe The Rock isn't, but they're all religious and they work like 4 a.m. to 10 p.m. and they do the thing. I truly think that happens because they have imposter syndrome and they are so absolutely rich. They get to do whatever they want, and they know that on a human level, they don't deserve that much money more than everybody else, or that much privilege more than everybody else. So you have to punish yourself. And I think they truly are scared and they want to hold on to what they have, so they become religious. I think everybody you saw in this is like, oh, what are we doing now? We doing God? Okay, we'll do God. We'll do Jesus. We're doing Jesus now. Fire up the G. I mean, I stopped counting how many times God was said in that whole thing, right? Do you think Kimberly Guilfoyle, who shot her face up like that, who looks like a fucking Macy's parade balloon, believes in God? Do you think
no, they're using it to get closer to power?
Yeah, I do think with like Mark Wahlberg, though, he is afraid of going to hell because
that's true.
What a terrible person he's been.
Yes.
Yeah. But I think most of them are just using it. They're like, you guys, here's a Bible. You guys like this bullshit, right?
Yeah, that's where that's going, and it's
just the fact that Trump released his own Bible, or not his own, but the Lee Greenwood "God Bless the USA" Bible with the Constitution and the lyrics to the song, and with Trump's seal of approval on it, is like the most just
but only
antithetical to Christianity thing ever.
Only some of the amendments are in there. Only the ones like Second Amendment.
Yeah,
you know what
that
I mean?
one's that's
but
highlighted.
Like the other ones, like, let's leave out the one about women voting, and let's leave the other things out about non-white people.
Do they rip out the pages of the Bible they don't agree with too? Has anyone checked to see if there's certain parts of the Bible that are still in there?
I don't know.
Oh my God!
I will say,
yes, they're expensive. They're extremely expensive compared to regular Bibles, and there's
$50 or $60.
And they're making schools. What was the school? Was it like Oklahoma, where they're making them buy the Trump Bibles for every single student?
Well, who can put a price on salvation?
I guess you can't. You know, better safe than sorry.
$59.99, and you can get it in 3 payments of $19.97. Shipping and handling is $400, though. We got to get Jesus there in one piece. You know. It's really rough. I mean, as someone who was alive during 9/11, that was
here
the
we
thing.
go. Here we go.
No,
I was around during 9/11.
I was around during 9/11, cranking it when the South Tower fell. But I always make jokes. My wife is like, "Why do you think 9/11 is funny?" And I'm like, "It's not that 9/11 is funny. It's that what happened." How people, I remember seeing like commemorative coins on TV and like all this fucking shit that you're like, that's not what this is about. So
that was a very tacky time. And there's definitely shades of that now.
And when you see like, I don't know, maybe the guy running the country shouldn't be selling watches. Maybe the guy who fucking is going to be in charge shouldn't be selling, people shouldn't be selling coins of his face that have like certificate of authenticity. It's like, yeah, you have a certificate. It's an authentic piece of shit. Like, I don't understand what do you do with it? Do you display it in your home in your double wide?
They give it to their children and friends as gifts. They
God.
got the Trumpy bear for Christmas, and you got to have 5 My Pillows.
God, that's right. My mom sent me Trump. She's like, "You believe this shit?" And I was like, if this is not real, this is very funny. If this is real, this is very sad." So, but at least she said it and was like, "Can you believe this shit?" And it's not like, "I got you one of these. I got it for you. You'll love it."
I'm sure that you're very excited to get the Trumpy trout for Christmas, just in time for.
Oh, that's what it was. Not the bear. It was the trout. Yes, it was the Trumpy trout. Real quick question, and then I'll stop monopolizing. Which one of you, or did you double team cutting those packages together of all that stuff? Because I worry for your soul on how much footage you had to watch.
That's I did it, and there's not even they're not there's so many more to play, but we're not going to be able to get to all of them. But since we're on the topic, this is another short one for the chat. Please don't be mad at us. Oh, I wanted to thank people for becoming members. Where was I? Oh, okay. LH, Kikamato, Christophilus Metropolis, The Drizzle, Lil Waves, Mystical Hippo, Mindy Bow, Alexandra, Kendrick, Killer, Shells, Ethan Glazer, Rachel, Ben Racer, Morgan Adams, Jetpack, David Gerard, Fernando Gonzalez, Cody Sweetman, Sean, Angela Arnett, Proper Polywog, Cromag, lots of Anna J, Paps. Thank you guys so much for becoming members. Now we will torture you. I put a video together of the grifts. The grifts from this election season. We've got the watch. We've got the digital trading cards. We've got
Get
the
out
shoes.
your prepaid Discover card, everybody.
We got
You're
the
gonna be
shoes.
cleaning that thing out right now.
So let's check out some of the grifts that defined this election season. In just a second, I'm loading it up. And here we go. Here we go. All right. And we're going to watch some grifts, folks.
Hello, everyone. This is Donald Trump. Hopefully your favorite president of all time, better than Lincoln, better than Washington, with an important announcement to make. I'm doing my first official Donald J. Trump NFT collection right here and right now. They're called Trump Digital Trading Cards. These cards feature some of the really incredible artwork pertaining to my life and my career. It's been very exciting. You can collect your Trump digital cards just like a baseball card or other collectibles. Here's one of the best parts. Each card comes with an automatic chance to win amazing prizes like dinner with me. I don't know if that's an amazing prize, but it's what we have. Or golf with you and a group of your friends at one of my beautiful golf courses, and they are beautiful. I'm also doing Zoom calls, a one-on-one meeting, autographing memorabilia, and so much more. We're doing a lot. My official Trump digital trading cards are $99, which doesn't sound like very much for what you're getting. Buy one and you will join a very exclusive community. It's my community, and I think it's something you're going to like, and you're going to like it a lot. They also make perfect gifts. So you can buy them with your credit card or crypto. All you need is an email address. Go to collecttrumpcards.com and buy your Trump digital trading cards right now before they are all gone, and they will be gone. This is my first official Trump trading card NFT collection, and you get a chance to meet me. Go to collecttrumpcards.com right now, and remember, Christmas is coming, and this makes a great Christmas gift.
I just want to tell you, I've wanted to do this for a long time. I have some incredible people that work with me on things, and they came up with this, and this is something I've been talking about for 12 years, 13 years, and I think it's going to be a big success. That's the real deal. That's the real deal. What's the most important thing? To go out and vote, right? We have to go out and vote. We got to get young people out to vote. And you're going to vote, and we're going to turn this thing around. This country's not doing so well. We're going to turn this country around fast. We're going to turn it around fast. And we're going to remember the young people, and we're going to remember SneakerCon. You know that. It's a slightly different audience than I'm used to, but I love this audience. And go out, have a good time. We love you all.
This is connecting with Black America because they love sneakers. They're into sneakers. They love this is a big deal, certainly in the inner city. So when you have Trump roll out his sneaker line, they're like, wait a minute, this is cool. He's reaching them on a level that defies and is a...
Hi, everyone. This is your favorite president, Donald J. Trump, with some very exciting news. My last two Trump digital trading card collections sold out in just hours. And now I'm back with my latest series called the Mugshot Edition. I wonder where that came from. The Mugshot Edition. 47 all-new stunning cards, and here is the best part. I'm doing two important things for my Trump collectors. For the first time, we're creating a real physical Trump card. Purchase 47 digital cards and we'll mail you a beautiful trading card. It is an authentic piece of the suit I wore when I took that now famous mugshot, and it was a great suit, believe me, a really good suit. It's all cut up and you're gonna get a piece of it. I'll be autographing some of them. A true collector's item. This is something to give to your family, to your kids and grandchildren. With the purchase of 47 of the Trump digital trading cards, you will also be invited to join me for a gala dinner at my beautiful Mar-a-Lago, my home in Florida. You've perhaps heard of it. It's become a pretty famous place. We just had our first dinner for my collectors, and we had a lot of fun together. That was a great evening. That was a fantastic evening. Some people call these cards pop art or modern art. I wish I looked as good as I do on those cards. That I can tell you. They give me muscles where, believe me, I don't have them. I wanted to keep my Trump digital trading cards at the same price, $99 each. So go to collecttrumpcards.com. It's really easy to buy. They sold out incredibly fast the last time, and I think the mugshot edition will sell out even faster. So don't miss out. Go to collecttrumpcards.com. Go right now and collect your own exclusive piece of American history, and we'll all have fun together. Have a good life.
A message from the 45th President of the United Ponds of America.
Let's make fishing great again, okay?
He's here, everyone's favorite fish, Trumpy Trout.
No one has ever seen a fish like me.
Trumpy Trout is an animatronic talking fish with a big personality.
I am the hugely bigliest fish in the pond.
Watch his fins flap and his large mouth move as he makes speech after speech in high-fidelity sound.
Some bass are bad fish, crazy fish, criminal fish, and druggy fish. But some bass are good fish, and I only love some of them.
Mount him to your wall or use the built-in stand to display him proudly on your desk. Now you'll never miss a Trumpy Trout rally.
I'm building a new pond, and the bass will pay for it.
Set him to motion activated to surprise his fans.
My fins are big. I have the biggest fins. No fish have fins like me.
Or turn him on and let his inspiring words delight the crowd.
All the fish love Trumpy. They just love me.
Catch Trumpy Trout for yourself or someone you love.
Oh, they can try, but they can't. They just can't.
Treat yourself to this limited edition Trumpy Trout for just $59.99. It comes with your official Make Fishing Great Again certificate of authenticity. Order right now and we'll instantly upgrade you to the deluxe version with desktop stand and Trumpy Trout jingle free.
He is the greatest trout, without a doubt, the biggest fish.
And for even more fun, we'll give you a discount when you buy more than one.
We got the shoreline secure. No bass in this pond.
Supplies are limited, so don't miss your chance to hook the greatest fish of all time.
I am the greatest trout, and there is no doubt.
This is a limited edition collectible from Top Dog Direct. Order now at TrumpyTrout.com. That's TrumpyTrout.com.
You're going to love it. My new Trump watches. We're doing quite a number with watches, and the quality to me is very important. The Trump Victory Tourbillon. This isn't just any watch. It's one of the best watches made. It's a tourbillon watch with almost 200 grams of gold and more than 100 real diamonds. That's a lot of diamonds. I love gold. I love diamonds. We all do. Only 147 of these extraordinary watches will ever exist in the world, and owning one puts you in a very exclusive club. I have watch number one, and I'm going to keep it. It's mine, and that's the way I want to have it. Each watch is numbered and extremely rare, a true collector's item, and it includes a personal letter signed by me. Get your Trump watch right now. Go to gettrumpwatches.com. It's Trump time. This is your favorite president, Donald J. Trump, with some very exciting news. By popular demand, I'm doing a new series of Trump digital trading cards. You all know what they are. We've had a lot of fun with them. It's called the America First Collection.
Such beautiful ads. All of those ads were just delightful.
The best
ads.
ones.
The best ads, folks. It's me. It's me, your next president, Donald J. Trump.
Look.
And everyone's getting a watch. Everyone's getting a beautiful watch. Everyone's going to have a Trumpy trout
But
at
not
waist
this one.
level
That one's for me.
in the bathroom.
Not one. Can I tell you about a scenario? It's theoretical, but I think this is a real thing.
Yeah.
Picture a house. Evil men are taking the furniture out, and the wife goes, "Don't foreclose on our home." And the husband is just scrolling through the JPEGs of the NFTs because he bought all 47.
Yeah.
And then the cops come and they go, "Sir, you and your family have to leave." And he goes, "Oh, yeah? Well, I got a piece of Trump's suit."
Whoa, sir, get out of my face. Ah, you're free
And
to
then the
leave.
cops are like, "Yeah,
I'm
we're
free
not
to
like
leave."
vampires to Trump suit. You still can get the fuck off the property. This isn't yours anymore because you spent the money for the house and you got a little piece of the suit. I would guarantee if anybody did that, they just were sending out, they went to like Men's Warehouse or like the Fabric District and just were cutting up like blue. Ah, man, I don't know. That's a doozer. That is a doozer.
We have, unfortunately, the New York Times kind of calling it for Trump.
Oh, really?
This is obviously without Michigan, Pennsylvania, and all this stuff coming in, but they had the update. Let me find the actual update. For the first time tonight, we consider Trump likely to win the presidency. He has an advantage in each of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. To win, Harris would need to sweep all three. There's still a lot of vote left, but in voting so far, Trump is narrowly but discernibly ahead. Which, obviously, not great, even if things were to turn around.
Not great for you. Great for me.
Close is also not great because that would mean immediately that all of the results are contested if she wins narrowly. It's just not looking good, except for Mr. Trump over here, who we have on the line. No, now it's Elliot.
He's gone. He's going celebrating. Well, this is fucked.
Yeah, this is really bad.
I guess I was told that embracing Liz Cheney and Dick Cheney was going to bring in all these votes that they were losing for various reasons, like funding the war in Israel and whatnot. But I guess those Cheney votes are taking a little longer to get counted.
Yep.
So
Cheney, it's like a back in the day, it was worth more. What's the currency exchange in a Cheney vote to a real vote?
Not good.
It's just not.
It's close to the exchange between the Iraqi dinar and the U.S. dollar, which is it's not a good exchange rate.
Hey, if you guys want, you can come over and just slug me in the gut.
Yeah.
And after that news, just to make it a comedy in threes.
I did just see the other like shocking results. Florida voted down the right to abortion in the state.
Yeah. They also voted down recreational marijuana.
Wow, way to go, Florida!
Which is crazy.
60% seems like a bar. It was one of those just like when Uber in California, whatever prop that was, when it was like it has to be a super majority of like 2/3 or something. Like,
yeah, I don't know why that
nonsense
is for certain referendums, but not all of them.
Yeah, I think it's specifically to be like, I don't know, well, we don't want this one to happen, so I don't make it like 100. Make it a fucking 100.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Fun.
Peanut did swing the vote, I guess. I guess it was all Peanut.
Yeah. You're talking about the basis from 311, right?
Yes, that's the one.
Okay. Assuming so.
I thought you were talking about Mr. Peanut, the late great Mr. Peanut, who died at the Super Bowl.
They did kill him for the Super Bowl for everyone's entertainment.
He died of COVID at the Super Bowl.
Yes.
That's what I remember.
Yeah.
Him and Herman Cain went down together.
Remember COVID? Oh, man. I'm just looking back fondly at those times. I mean, mainly because we didn't die.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah, I have to say, you made one of the few examples of COVID comedy that I think still holds up. Your Zoom SNL video.
Oh, yes.
It was a good piece of content.
Thank you. Lonely times, dark times.
Yeah.
If anyone wants to see it, it's my pinned tweet. It's a minute long, and that is what happens when you go into a fun house full of mirrors and make content. So yeah. Go look at it on Twitter. That was a.
I'll drop it in the chat.
It is
It was
funny
solid.
that
That was only like a month into COVID, and you have clearly already lost your damn mind.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it was wild. Yeah. Then I made like 3 videos, and then they started getting real dark, and I was like, these aren't funny anymore.
It's you know that Bo Burnham release was kind of like therapeutic at the time, and
yeah,
you know, a nice, lovely piece of media, but something I could never even watch again, especially because it just represents the total like isolation of it. It just was bizarre to have to relive. Like I remember watching it at the time, like, yeah, this was great.
Like, it'll be nostalgic and be like, I can do this without the feds knocking on my door because I donated to Ted Cruz's rival in Texas, which I did. That was my big donation because I was like, we got to get Cruz out of here.
Beto O'Rourke.
Allred. No, Colin Allred. He's
yeah, he lost
they were, oh, did he? Oh man.
Yeah. Ted Cruz. I guess people really like Ted Cruz. I don't know why. I thought he might lose this time.
How many times do you have to sell out your own state before?
A lot more than he has apparently.
Oh man.
So Harris needs to win Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Michigan is
I mean, they're all very close.
Leaning right, and it's a toss-up in Pennsylvania.
Michigan she's up 822 to 731, but only 20%, 28% of the voters. And that's what I was bringing up before is it's not guaranteed, but I think the in-person votes probably lean red.
The Pennsylvania says it could take up to a couple days to get fully counted. Michigan will be completely done by tomorrow morning or tomorrow noon, their time zone. And it says that Wisconsin, not expected until morning after election. So Georgia, God, Georgia was so close. Georgia was so close. That's crazy.
That's a bummer.
140,000 votes.
Yeah.
93%.
Right now, Pennsylvania is 2,349,000 Trump to 2,239,000. So it's about 110K in Pennsylvania.
North Carolina is a lot closer than it could have been. Arizona's a dead heat. I mean, but they just closed their polls, so.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But again, I don't want to, like, I feel fucking bad because last time we were like, yeah, that's it. It's all over. And then, you know, everything changes. And the 3 most important states right now are Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. And, you know, it'll be incremental for the next couple of minutes and hours.
Yeah. We're not going to know. Well, I don't know. I guess can we even possibly know tonight?
Well, they'll do they'll call with confidence, and then you would potentially.
I don't know if they can in any of those 3 states, though.
Yeah, it would come down. It would come down to Kamala.
Tonight.
Kamala would have to do like a concession speech, or vice versa. And we know Trump's not going to do that, even if he lost.
No, he never would.
Yeah. I'm going to Austin tonight to smoke DMT with Rogan.
Oh,
so
good.
I'll see if any of the elders, or if the Hat Man, or the Boatman, or my sleep paralysis demon maybe have any tips if they get like a better internet, like AOL or something cool like that.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
I'm trying, but I love how we keep running back.
We got 7 more minutes till there's some more news coming in here.
More bad news.
More bad news.
And speaking of bad news,
Jules gonna pop in?
Yeah, our next guest on the slate's gonna be Jules, better known as Good Morning Bad News on TikTok. And let's say tomorrow morning might be a lot of bad news for him.
Might be a lot of content
everyone.
for the old bad news factory. Well, this is definitely something that's happening. I'm gonna check in on Twitter and see what the vibe is. Oh my God! No, it just looks awful.
This is not looking
Elon
good.
Doing the goatsy pose on Twitter. That's not professional at all.
I'm like, I don't know. I feel this is bad, but I just have not felt really like invested or engaged in how this goes. Like, I've known on an intellectual level that, like, yeah, obviously Trump being president again would be fucking awful, but just like the way this has all gone over the past year, I'm just like, listen, clearly the Democrats don't give a fuck what me or people like me think about anything. And yeah, so it's like I can't get excited, invested, anything in a situation that I don't have any fucking real control over.
I mean, I wasn't exactly super excited to vote for Kamala, but the idea that access to abortion is going to be a thing of the past is extremely frustrating and worrying and
I'm
awful,
saying I
and
agree.
people are going
It's
to die
bad.
by these policies. And it's like people forgot what happened in the first term. Like, he comes in and he immediately enacts a Muslim ban, and then 2 weeks ago is like, yeah, we're bringing it up right out of the gate. We're bringing it back.
Yeah, no, I absolutely bad things are going to happen. I'm just saying that it should be easier to run against that. And they made so many boneheaded decisions, the biggest one being like Biden running for a second term, when I know for a fact, even if he didn't technically say that what he's doing, he very, very loudly alluded to it, and a lot of people voted for him.
Yeah.
Understanding that was happening. Even if it technically wasn't, the voters thought that it was. And if they had actually had a primary,
but at this point, based on the results and how they're coming in, I don't know if that would work. It seems like everyone, like slightly more than half the country, want a complete authoritarian Christian state.
It's not even that. They just want lower taxes because they don't understand what the president's actual job is, and they think the president can like snap his fingers and make gas cheap. And it's just everyone is a fucking moron with a baby brain, and that's
guilty.
Republicans pander to that. They have a long list of grievances, and they want to make you think that all that's going to be taken care of. And then, by the way, when they're in office and things don't work out, that's still the fault of the Democrats.
Yeah, fascism is just like it's a much easier sell to uninformed, undereducated people. It's always going to be that way, and you can't beat it with facts and logic. You have to come at it from an equal and opposite direction.
Yep.
And the Democrats don't want to do that because they get a lot of money from a lot of rich people who are like, whoa, you're sounding a little scary there.
Jesus Christ,
unions,
Bright Sun
socialism.
Films coming through with the huge dono, and I love Bright Sun Films channel. Amazing documentaries, great YouTube documentaries. Everyone follow Bright Sun Films. Thank you for the dono.
Awesome, thank you.
And Lisa,
I want to ask, what is the likelihood of Biden, who is going to go into the sunset, using his Supreme Court immunity to do something if Trump wins? Does that reflect negatively on the Democrats, or can he just like Hunter's Biden laptop his way out of that one?
Yeah, I mean, regardless,
see you guys.
That's another problem with Democrats, is they're always worried about like not coming off the way Republicans do, when Republicans don't give a shit. So if it was, if
they
the
can't damage the brand.
Like, that's the thing, is no matter what Biden does, if he did nothing, they'd say he was Satan on. But if he does do something, he's gonna get called out either way. So why not actually put forth policy that brings us forward into the future?
Yes, I mean the garbage comment a few days ago, a week ago, whatever, it is 100% like the evidence we need to be like, thank God we pivoted away, because you're still getting the word salad, you're still getting the like sentences put together that kind of makes you feel like your friend's on uppers and you're on mushrooms, and you're like, I can't follow quite what he's saying right now.
Yeah,
but
that quote, like especially like the 20 seconds like leading up to it, is alarming. Like if that was my father, if that was my dad, I would be talking. I'd be calling doctors.
Yeah,
I would be seeking professional opinions.
It's a bummer, and that's where you're like, okay, thank God it's not that. But so much as we know this. Some of the places that have turned red on the map don't, but it's like it's not just the president, it's the people that they surround themselves with. Because like you can't be an expert on everything. So you bring people in that are experts on things like defense and things like, trade and things like, immigration, all these things where you have a cabinet, you have people. And Trump's gonna bring in, the Energizer Bunny, Ernest, the Slim Jim guy. Hogan will be there. I mean, Herschel Walker is going to be in charge of missiles, which is great. You know what I mean?
It's going to be like a whole cabinet of President Camachos.
Yeah.
Because that's like actually one of the few that might, that's bad, but the fact that none of these people know what the fuck they're doing means that they're probably going to run into a similar problem with the first administration, where every time they try to do something, like they didn't have a lawyer look at it and see if it's fucking legal or constitutional.
Yeah. So hopefully they're fucking Keystone cops, like bumbling around, slipping on banana peels and shit. But I just worry if Stephen Miller gets it together enough, or if one of these other fucking chuds figures out, like, maybe if they get a real smart dumb guy or a smart bad guy in there. Like, is Vance that guy? I don't think so.
Wait. California has been called for Joe Biden.
Oh, we got it. Joe Biden wins.
Joe Biden flipped California blue.
Okay. All right, that's great. No, wait, he flipped the bird to his Lyft driver.
We got 179 electoral votes.
Electorals.
It's 8:01, and they're
like, oh, California
immediately 0% counted.
Yeah,
there's like, he won. It's
Kamala Harris, by the way, Elliot.
Right? Yeah, that's what I meant.
Oh man. Can I just say one more thing? I think I've tweeted this or put it out in different places. That what is the religious sect obsession with thinking bad guys, whether it's Satan or Pizzagate or whatever, leaving clues? Like, why do they think it's always like the Monster Energy
because
drink?
They love
with all
solving
the stuff?
problems, even though they're not real. They're like,
they have an explanation for this that I've definitely read, but like I always forget what it is because it's as dumb as you can possibly imagine. But
Right.
yeah, they have engineered a reason why the Illuminati leaves messages everywhere for no fucking reason other than to leave messages that people can see. And
not every game is missed. It's not fucking, it's not a mystery game. You know what I mean? It's not going to be yellow paint on the ladder that lets you know to crawl up to go to move on to the autosave to fight the boss. Like, it's not how it works. Like, people don't want to get caught. Like that's the thing. There are so many like shadowy like if there was a real George Soros, you wouldn't know who he is. Like, Peter Thiel wishes no one knew his name.
Elon Musk is trying to be the George Soros of the Republican Party, but out in the open.
He literally said that,
yeah.
Which is funny. It's like, and I mean, the whole Soros thing is hilarious because if you like look at the stuff he funds, it's like pretty basic fucking lib shit. It is. He's a very rich man. He is a capitalist to the bone. He's not funding socialism. He's funding policies and candidates that in Europe would be like center right at best. But yeah, he does keep to himself, and he's got like $1 bajillion, and it's just sort of his hobby. Whereas, when Elon comes out and he literally said, like, I'm trying to be George Soros for the Republican Party, and you can never go a fucking day without seeing his stupid face and his big dumb dance and his jumping around like a
dipshit.
R word, like an R word.
Adam Schiff won his Senate race to fill Dianne Feinstein's seat.
I did not vote for him. I left that one blank.
No,
I fucking hate that guy.
Vote.
I'm still mad that Katie Porter wasn't the nom. She is.
I liked Barbara Lee. Yeah, Katie Porter is good, but like Barbara Lee, she will always have like a high place in the pantheon for me for like being like the one fucking congressperson to vote against the Iraq war. Adam Schiff just sucks, and like the last year especially, all he fucking talks about is like Israel and how anti-Semitism is like a huge problem in America, and I'm like, there's No,
I also
and-
think he
and-
likes the cameras too much. Schiff likes
No one fucking knew who he was until he started running those hearings against Trump in like 2016, 2017.
He likes the cameras, and that's a bum. That is a politician from California, as a asshole from California, or I'm sorry, an asshole who lives in California. That's a politician who.
I'm an asshole from California.
That's
and
right.
You're right.
Yes.
Be right back. I'm gonna use the bathroom. Another poop break. Just kidding.
Although
I'm
when I
not.
was-
That's a joke. It's a joke. Watch
when
how
I was a
fast I
kid,
am. Watch my speed.
I've seen California switch from red to blue in my lifetime without even really noticing. But it's been interesting. Even Orange County, where I'm from, the red wall in SoCal is not red anymore.
It's wild.
I think it's a vibes thing, because a lot of like Californians are, I would say, conservative. Like their views haven't exactly changed. It's that the Republican Party has gone insane, and these people like just don't want to be associated with it. Like they're like, yeah, I want lower taxes and fiscal responsibility. But like this MAGA shit is very uncouth. I don't want to be associated with it.
Yeah. I think what bothers me the most is when they're like, "Oh, Republicans the new punk rock," oh, this stuff, and I was like, you know what? Like, I can start a revolution against toilets and be like, "Yeah, we're all shitting on the floor. Yeah, we're just
Punk
like
rock.
slipping in pee. It's great." I'm like, "Punk rock, fuck the establishment." I'm like, no, I kind of think toilets are good. Like, I know toilets are like boring and not like sexy and stuff like that, but it's kind of nice when it goes away somewhere else, and that's like emblematic of like what this is. It's just like you're just looking like if Elon Musk
Already
cuts
back.
2 trillion or
Already
whatever.
back.
Wow, that was a fast fucking poop.
That's right.
Jeez,
It
man.
was like a dog, just like bloop, bloop, bloop,
dog.
done.
He looks
like a
back. He's like,
dog.
we got to get home.
Like a
Roseanne's
dog.
on.
I mean, like Phil, I think like a lot of these people's entire worldview is just when someone tells you something and that person has any fucking authority, you just assume that they're lying to you, and that whatever the opposite of what they said must be what is true. And if you disagree, you're not a free thinker. You're just a sheep.
But that, I mean, to double down on the previous point and kind of reinforce what you said, it's just like there isn't always an ulterior motive. Like there's not always these undercurrents of this craziness of just like, oh, my car crashed. And I was like, government. You know what I mean? Like it's always, there always is an ulterior motive. Like, hey, they're making alternative meat, plant-based meats. And I was like, trying to force that stuff on you. It was like, or capitalism. You know what I mean? Like it's all the razors. It's Occam's razor. It's look up all the razors. It's all those. It's what can be attributed to stupidity over malice, et cetera, et cetera. Like all of these things. People like money. They want to sell you things. They want to control you. And you just go, if someone comes out and is just like, I want to do that stuff, like listen to them. But what does the yellow mean?
That's the yellow.
Is that the PP states? Is that where the P tape might still be?
Yeah, I put it on to see if Steve Kornacki was doing any big board stuff, but they're just in graphics mode on MSNBC right now.
Oh, sorry. I looked at that's my bad. I looked at this is gonna come in late. I was watching the YouTube, but that's the yellow popped up. That's where the P tape might still be.
Yes, that's
so
right.
If anybody lives in one of the states that 20 seconds ago when they show the yellow, go to Home Depot or Lowe's, get a shovel, and just start digging everywhere and see if you can find the P tape.
Yeah.
Because the P tape is worth 20 electoral votes.
We're also
It's like
we could be getting closer potentially to the funniest possible outcome, which is Trump winning the popular vote and losing the electoral college vote, which would also alter the future of America because they would abolish the electoral college immediately.
That would be amazing.
Because he's winning the popular vote right now.
If that's what it takes to end the dumbest aspect of American democracy, I'll take it. The electoral college is fucking stupid, and I don't get why Republicans love it. I mean, I get why they love it so much, but also there's like
because land can vote.
There's like tens of millions. There's more Republicans in like California than like 5 of these red states in the middle of the country combined. And their
yellows
votes
are
don't
uncalled races on this chart, by the way.
Oh,
that's where the P tape is, Ricky.
They're undecided. They're
squint.
finishing the P tape and then they'll make their
Yeah.
decisions.
They're P states.
Yes.
But that's that's one of the things, and apologize if you already talked about this, but a term I learned today was heat sink, where people are fleeing to Florida, you know, like right-wing people, and there's only, what is it, 30 electoral votes in Florida, so you're basically stealing your vote
Away
from
from
Ohio or Texas or
Well, I guess it
wherever you
doesn't
were
even
coming
matter.
from. I know.
Uh,
I just, you know, I learned a new word today. I want it to sound smart.
I wish they.
You know?
I wish that were the case, because then Florida would be like, you know, outrageously right wing. Which it does seem that it has done that, but it doesn't seem like it's pulled enough people away from other areas.
Yeah, same thing with like Texas. Like they keep saying like, "Oh, move here," and I'm like, "Yeah, please leave. Go to Texas."
Great idea.
I will say I was in Florida in 2021 visiting family, and one of the best days was I was driving back to the family's house, and there were people on the corner with Trump signs, you know, like Trump, and there was like 40 people in the corner, and I was like, this is a brain disease. And then I was at a red light 2 blocks over, and he just got banned from Twitter at that point, and I was like, oh, they don't know yet. And it was the schadenfreude of that was so rich that they were on the street corner analog. And I'm like, you just got banned. You don't know yet. It was really sweet. And now that the hay salon days of 2021, right? The salad days of COVID and no one having.
Yeah, that was the best days of my life. COVID-19. Where I was drinking like
the
a
good
handle
days.
of Jack. I was drinking like a handle of Jack Daniels like every 4 days.
It's the reason I quit drinking, because I was killing myself.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure in the 2020 stream, I was just like drinking straight whiskey the entire night.
Yeah,
which now seems insane to me.
It was the fattest of days. It was that we couldn't lose the weight from most of days. Yeah, it was a thing, all right. I'll tell you that much.
Oregon. The latest is that Kamala has already said that like they're not going to know till the morning. Trump's partying at Mar-a-Lago, so we'll see.
So
again,
we
do have it's literally all we have. This is like when, you know, the Dodgers and the Yankees, they tie up the score and everything else doesn't matter, because if they get one grand slam, one state of Pennsylvania. Then
Who is our Shohei Ohtani?
Tim Walz. Yeah. Lovable, no issues. Yeah. They tried to get him. They tried to say he was a gambler. They tried to say Tim Walz was a communist spy.
Yeah, Tim Walz had a girlfriend, and she was Chinese.
Take that.
Disqualified.
Take that,
Get him out of here. He was apparently a total gentleman to her. Disgusting.
Meanwhile,
they listened to Careless Whisper and had sex in China.
Meanwhile, he looks like he was in a band that opened for like the Sunset Pickups or something like that.
Yeah,
in those photos they kept showing.
Yeah.
Yeah, he looked cool.
Tim Walz from American Football. Let me see. Let me check in here and see what's going on. Ellie, you let me know when Phil, when you have to sub out and we get Jules in or whatever. Just you keep.
Yeah. I'm just gonna be sitting in this room drinking. So I don't want to keep Jules on the sideline. So let
me see if I can get a link going.
Yeah, I'm happy to tag out, because I'm just gonna, even after, I'm gonna be very honest, when the stream ends, I'm still gonna be talking to you guys to the YouTube link and be like, all right, ignore me, but it's a pretty good point.
I sent Jules the link to, and once he jumps in, I'll knock you out. But thank you, everyone. Say bye to Phil when it inevitably happens.
It's so good to see everybody. Yes,
thank you for joining us.
Shirt. Sorry,
did you go to the last show?
Mika 161. I went to the last show.
Nice.
I went to the San Diego one last year, and then I went to the one in Santa Ana.
Oh, damn!
Did you get to see? Did you go to the day that Pennywise played?
Yeah.
Oh, that was
it was Pennywise. They had everybody. Tim from Ransom came out. They had all the stars for 40 and ups were there. Awesome.
Yeah. All right. We'll see you later, Phil.
Oh.
All right. Love y'all.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Don't panic.
All right. Here he is.
There we go.
Jules Soldaltsev.
I'm leaving. That was incredibly wrong. I'm not going to sit here and be disrespected right off the bat on the worst night of my life.
Jules, it's a joke about me being stupid and uncultured. It's not
Yeah.
a joke about you being Ukrainian.
Of course.
Just to be clear.
Yes.
Wait,
How's it going? Bring us up to speed. Wait, first introduce yourself to our beautiful crowd.
This is your inaugural appearance on the stream.
Yeah.
It's true.
So tell them what you do, Jules.
Okay, my name is Jules Dolstev.
That's what
I said it right.
He nailed it.
I hope I'm pronouncing that right. And I run Good Morning Bad News on TikTok, which is a good show.
And Instagram, because I get it on the American app, not the...
Yeah, you can... Listen, we're everywhere. 1.5 million on TikTok, like 30,000 on Instagram. So
yeah,
if you want to go to where the people are,
that's where I keep you humble in my head. I'm just like, oh,
yeah,
Jules,
the Chinese people.
The Jules, he's only got 30,000 on Instagram. I don't have to be nervous around him.
Yeah, I don't like checking Instagram. It's really embarrassing. You know, I'm not used to that kind of. No, it's fucked up that we have that many followers anywhere. Hold on, I want to switch my view so I can see Ricky.
I'm not. My video's not coming through. I'm coming through on the stream. Yeah. It's all good.
Only one camera.
You
can see what he was doing 30 seconds ago.
That's right.
On the YouTube.
Well, so we were fans of Jules's work, and then got to meet him in person in our only trip of the year when we went to Washington D.C. to see how.
Yeah, we should talk about that because I don't think we really
fun.
I don't think we really ever went over that whole thing because it was pretty enlightening. I'd never been involved in an event like that, and our friend Jordan, who I think will be coming on later, he works with Move On and TYT, and he's a insider. He's a Democratic insider, and he got us invites to this event that I don't think we would have been invited to otherwise.
Yeah, no way.
But
he said towards the end of it that he was shocked that none of us got him in massive trouble and ruined the event.
There were other people acting up that were from much you would assume they would be able to control themselves.
We're on the fringe,
and we're cool. We're the dirtbags who were just very lovely people the entire time.
Yeah, other people so on night one, so there's I think a couple hundred. Mostly TikTokers, but other political influencers, some more directly political, some not so much. And first night we get Senator Cory Booker.
I wasn't even there for that, remember? I left to go to the Washington Nationals game.
Yeah, that's right. That's what you get for being into sports. I'm telling all of you guys, sports is garbage. It's a gateway to fascism. Everyone hates me for it, but look at that. You missed Cory Booker.
Yeah, that was very funny because I didn't care at all. I was enjoying the baseball game. I got to see they have the mascots dressed up as the presidents, and they race each other around the course there.
Well, you didn't miss anything. He gave the same speech he's been giving at campaign appearances for over a decade. But what you did miss is that when he went to schmooze in the crowd, he immediately got yelled at by a bunch.
I heard about
bunch of TikTokers who had their cameras out and are like, "Stop funding the war in Gaza, asshole!"
And also stop trying to ban TikTok, the app that I am.
Oh yeah, that too.
That was absurd.
It was a week after they voted against it.
Yep. Everybody went after him. I remember he came on and I turned to Lolo Overruled was there, and I was like, this is possibly the worst person they could have chosen to come out to for the first night. Which by the way, I will say, lovely event. Would love to come back.
Oh yeah, it was great.
So much fun.
I had a lot of fun.
Yeah.
But what an insane. Yeah, he got cornered. He got cornered in the corner of the balcony, and he was right up against the edge as a couple of TikTokers were surrounding him, accusing him of funding genocide and banning TikTok. And the whole time I'm like, man, I know he's not going to jump, but he's right there. There's no, we'll see.
Yeah.
And he did not.
Well, he stuck around, and he accused them of all being pro-Hamas, which is always a great thing to say to someone to their face. But yeah, the event was the day two was all panels and stuff, and it was a very interesting vibe because a ton of the creators were just like, "Look, I would love to do whatever I can to ensure there isn't another Trump presidency, but you gotta fucking give me something. I cannot sell this to my audience. what we have right now is bad, and I will feel inauthentic and fake if I try to say that this is all good and we love it. And the response from like a lot of the panelists was just like resignation, just like I can't do anything.
But this was also before
it was before
debate,
Biden
too.
dropped out.
Yeah.
And he was still in, which like and
that was what was funny too, is he came to LA at some point last year, and someone I know was working an event that he was at, and I was like, well, how did he look? And this is like March or February of last year. Well, how was it? How did he look? And they're like, he looked awful. He's extremely old, older than you think, even especially in real life. And I was like, God damn, that doesn't feel good.
Yeah.
I remember leaving those panels and just like meeting up with like you guys in Jordan and just all of us going like, we're cooked. We're good. This is
yeah, it wasn't a very
worst responses.
Happy kind of thing, but it was great meeting everyone.
Yeah,
and of course, getting to know you, and yeah, it's look, some good came out of it. We got to hang out with our friends offline for a while. It was great. I had a great time.
It was great.
Elliot went to some museums. He got to see some history in person.
I went to 3 national museums in one day. It was pretty exhausting. I think I walked like a total of
They're calling him the smartest man in the world.
15 miles. I had a lot of great museums in DC.
Yeah.
I was the first one through the door at the National Gallery at like 8:00 a.m.
Damn, this guy loves art.
And I was the youngest person by like 40 years. It was all just like the oldest people you've ever seen and me. So obviously I beat them through the door.
Yeah. Well, Jules, how's your election day been going? What do you think? How are the results lining up with what you predicted? What are you shocked by? Is there anything that you can add to this conversation?
The results are not lining up with what I predicted at all. I went into this with like Hillary 2016 energy, which should have been a warning sign. I've been shit posting on Twitter all day. I've been, you know, like I said, I hit JD Vance with my car. Like it's been a fun day, right up until like, you know, everything started coming in. I don't know. I don't know if we're like well done cooked.
Yeah.
I think we're
they just gave North Carolina to Trump, by the way.
Woo! Yeah. I mean, I think we could have seen that one coming maybe. I mean, at this point,
Jason
you know,
King,
now it's just what like we got to hold Virginia,
Virginia, Pennsylvania,
Michigan, Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Georgia's still up in the air, although it looks like it's going Trump.
I think that's
but I agree with you.
Good.
I didn't have Hillary 2016 blind energy. I was aware that because specifically in the past couple of weeks on our show, I've been coming to terms with the fact that half of the country actually really wants this stuff. Not just that they're like voting for Trump because he's funny, or they're like trying to stick it to Democrats. They're voting these ways because they actually want that. Like there is specifically down religious lines with the abortion thing, which should have been, 10 years ago, abortion on the ballot would have been a complete blue sweep. Like now that it's been sent back to the States and people are realizing that people are getting punished and it's hurting people who are now unable to seek access to abortion. Apparently half the country actually likes that.
I feel like it's harder. Like my take going into this was that it didn't feel like Trump had gained support since 2020, that he hadn't really done anything notable. And while Biden, incredibly unpopular, it felt like the repudiation of Trump in 2020 was still there to an extent. Like the people who voted for Biden against Trump, not just like Biden voters who are always going to vote for Biden, but those who voted against Trump, it doesn't make sense to me that they wouldn't show up again. And I know COVID was a massive factor, and frankly, I do remember feeling that if it wasn't for COVID, I do think he would have won in 2020.
Probably, yeah.
But
a lot of young people voted in 2020. It'll be really interesting to see the demographic breakdown this time, because I think a lot of young people might have been a little less motivated to go to the polls after watching people's bodies get fucking eviscerated on a daily basis for the last
year and change.
And it is funny too, because you look at like just taking the S&P 500, if you want to do that as like a barometer for the economy, which you shouldn't, but if you look at the past, 4 years, the economy based on the companies that operate in this country is doing fantastic. The problem is that your average American is fucking pissed because everything's super expensive while these companies are raking in massive profits. And instead of looking at the companies for doing their own inflation, they're looking at it as if this is the result of the president.
Yeah, it's really hard to argue with like economy, even when especially when you like don't understand economics, which to be fair, nobody understands economics. I don't believe anybody who says they do. But it's, it feels like it's not really an external factor, but it feels like something that there's just nothing Biden or Harris can do to walk back how bad it feels like the economy is.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like one of these things where, we look at like the stock market is doing great. Who gives a shit? Like we're all fucking poor anyway. Jobs are, everybody has a job. Yeah, but people aren't paid enough because minimum wage sucks, and we're barely creeping up to 15 an hour. When by now, like a big thing we talk about on the show 3 years ago was that the minimum wage should be 27 an hour based on the rise in productivity and the amount of money that productivity is generated. And that was 3 years ago. Now we have to like redo the calculations to like update that video because if we're talking about 15 an hour and the actual real minimum wage should be like 30 or like 35, it's really hard to argue against that. And that has kind of felt like the big like dark cloud over this as we've approached the election. And then like Elliot, like you're saying, like the Democrats are fucking blowing it. Like they really, what's the phrase, like they're really good at snatching defeat from the jaws of victory.
Mm-hmm.
Like
I mean, I think this is true of both sides, are very much in their own echo chambers. And I mean, that seems to work out for the Trump people, but it's not good when you're in an echo chamber and you're coming from a place of more vulnerable place, which is the Democratic shit is just harder to sell. The Trump shit is easier to sell. It's red meat.
Yeah.
It's real. Like, I think everyone is kind of a fascist in terms of like knee-jerk reactions to a lot of shit if they haven't really like intellectually thought about the consequences and whatnot of their belief system. Democrat stuff, it's more boring, and you do have to be a little smarter, and it's a harder sell to your average moron, which is a lot of people. And they just don't understand that. They don't seem to get that. Everyone around them is in the tank for Kamala, so they aren't aware that other people are not, and have reasons, dumb as they may be, that they're not. And they really take for granted like how harder it is for them to win than for a Republican to win.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's also like we look at like, I think bringing on Tim Walz was a masterstroke, and then they like leashed him immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Like when you see them do stuff like that, it's like there is a version of I don't know, like populism on the left. And like Walz speaks to that populism. He's a down to earth guy. He's everybody's dad. That a lot of people didn't. They wanted a dad just like that. And so he even recently the dipshit line about Elon Musk, huge like huge reaction, a huge positive reaction. Like that we need more of that kind of energy in the Democratic Party. And every time there's a sliver of it. I don't know who it is. Consultants like establishment
don't do
Dems
that.
who are just
That's
elderly.
Yeah.
No, they literally there was a guy who was like, you got to stop calling him weird. It's off-putting to all the weirdos.
By the way, I wanted to say really quick. I looked into that because I think we're talking about I think I know what you're talking about. There's like that article like a couple months ago where yes, the consultant came out and was like, don't do this, don't do the weird thing, it's alienating, don't do the we're not going back thing because we want to be looking in the future. I forget the guy's name, but I looked up his like who he is. Okay, this guy, like top Democrat consultant or whatever, like strategy guy, started by working for a Republican, switched to Hillary Clinton's first failed to her primary campaign against Obama. then worked on Hillary's failed campaign against Trump. Then, to be fair, yeah, he was on the Biden campaign in 2020, but it's like this dude just hit a string of major failures from the perspective of being bad at getting people to like the candidate. And then, yeah, now he's advising Kamala to stop doing the one thing that really like gave her this huge boost early on. And I don't know how to get these people out of the party. Like, I don't know. I mean, this is one of the very many issues of the Democratic Party, but like, you know, it's like a parasite. It's like a, I don't know. I can't think of
They love to lose.
They love to lose.
Here's some good news. Everyone likes good news. First of all, the good news is that, look, again, this all comes down to a very small couple of states that all of these candidates have spent all of their time campaigning in the past couple of months. Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Arizona. Georgia looks like it's going Trump, but we will see. And some good news, though. Missouri, the voters in Missouri passed the measure to protect abortion in Missouri. So that's Florida.
So Florida is more conservative than Missouri.
Yes.
That's fucking wild.
Well, Missouri's the Midwest. They're
Is it? I mean,
Kansas City, Missouri?
It's just the
Not
middle.
Kansas,
It's
yeah.
the mid. It's the mid.
I guess so. I don't know how to define the Midwest because I'm not from there. I'm from the other coast, the East Coast.
Me neither. Too cold
from the
for
other
me.
coast too.
Yeah.
Ukraine.
Yes, yes.
Got
The
'em.
many cold water ports.
Yes.
Let's see. Trump wins North Carolina. Yeah, that's pretty much the updates that I am looking at now. It looks like Georgia is going for him, but again, everyone is like, "Oh, it's over. It's not. I mean, it's close. It won't be. We won't have official results until at least tomorrow, going further into the week. But having said that, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, all very, very big states that have not been called for either candidate yet.
We have a sliver of a chance. I remember, you know, 2020.
Concepts of a chance.
Yeah. No, I remember 2020. I remember we were like, I remember posting, and I'm gonna post the exact same thing, but I remember posting the 4 different Matthew McConaughey's, where he's like dying, and then he's like chain smoking cigs, and then I forget what the other one is, and then he's like blissfully happy.
Mhm.
We're at the chain smoking cigs part. You know, but yeah, I mean, honestly, in my heart, I'm past coping. Like, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out how we're gonna survive another Trump presidency.
This is what I was saying earlier. Is like I just have not felt invested in this campaign at all. I mean, not during Biden, maybe for a little bit in the first couple weeks of Harris, but very quickly faded for me.
There was a brief moment of joy, but like when it seemed like they were doing the right thing, that we got Walz, Biden stepped aside, and everything kind of seemed locked in for a second. And then she just ran a like right of center campaign the entire time, refused to change any stances on policy that would bring younger voters who have been watching a fucking genocide take place for a year straight over to her side, thinking that she'd do anything different. Meanwhile, Trump's just like blatantly saying that he'll let Netanyahu do whatever he wants and getting plenty of support for it.
Yeah. I mean, I saw a poll that came out today. I didn't dig into this, so I might be dead ass wrong, but like, it was either like American Israelis or just Israelis in general, and it was like a poll of like how many support Kamala, how many support Trump. It's like 92% were for Trump.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, they were like, they had billboards and like buses and shit. They're like advertising the U.S. I mean, I guess a lot of Israelis probably have dual citizenship.
Yeah.
But it could not be more obvious that they want Trump to be president, and Joe Biden and the Democrats still bend over backwards for them.
It
and
feels
they
like
see
a
it,
nonsensical miscalculation.
They see it as
doesn't
this
make any
principled
sense.
thing, and it's just like, are you fucking stupid? I guess they are.
It's one of these things where like there is literally nothing to win here, because you will never out Trump on Israel. Who are you fighting for? Like, I understand that there's some argument to be
Biden just
made.
gave Netanyahu everything he wanted, only for Netanyahu to be like, yeah, fuck this guy.
Yeah.
No, I mean I understand like there's like a stay the course for like
and also
200
tens
years
of thousands of people fucking died in the process. By the way.
Yeah. But look, I mean we've been like pro-Israel for a half century more. I get the like being being an establishment Democrat being like, well, of course we're pro-Israel. It doesn't matter what they do. What are we gonna do? Abandon our closest ally in the Middle East? And it's
yeah.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. There is maybe like a 30% chance feeling that yeah, we might all be imprisoned. I feel like it's there.
Yeah, Elliot's already in prison. Look at him.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get
saying.
used to it while I can.
Yeah.
Good buddy of mine has been like, his parents are from Mexico, and so he's been in the process of seeking Mexican citizenship based on the parents' birthright, just because he's like, yeah, I might just move to Mexico if I have the fucking option. Fuck it,
dude. I'm fucked because I'm not even.
Yeah,
I'm
you
an
can't-
immigrant. What the fuck
Yeah.
am I gonna do? I
You
would
gotta go
love to
back
get
to-
Ukrainian citizenship.
Yeah, well, they're gonna send you to Ukraine, and you know what they do with military-aged males there.
I do. I unironically, this is like a moment where I'd be like, well, okay, if I can get Ukrainian citizenship, at least I can like go to Europe pretty easily. I think they'll just conscript me immediately.
Yeah.
I'm so strong and like
Clearly, this man has the heart of a killer. You can tell.
Yeah.
Clearly.
Ready for the front lines.
Yeah, man. It fucking sucks. Of all the countries to be from in Europe. Fucking nightmare, man. I could have been Italian. A lot of things would have been different if I was Italian.
That would be cool. It'd be cool to be Italian.
Hey, like me?
What are you guys?
I'm
What are you
Italian.
guys? Are you Italian?
No, I mean it's like a mixture. It's a predominantly Italian. My aunt did one of those DNA tests. I would never do one, but my aunt did one, and I can't control her. And she got it back and like traced all this shit back, and it's like, yeah, it's like a ridiculous Italian name, like
Gorgonzola.
It's something like that. Yeah, it's like Mamarella or something.
Wow.
Yeah.
Nice.
So I get to do that. Yeah.
Yeah, no, on my dad's side, I'm just like white. I'm English and German, and then on my mom's side, it's like a fucking mess. Like all four of her grandparents were from different countries. She had Jamaica, Mexico, Canary Islands, and drawing a fucking blank here. Spain. Wait, no. I gotta do the math here.
My other half's like Polish or something, so they both
Jamaica,
cancel each other out.
Yeah, no. But yeah, a whole lot of white and a whole lot of not quite white.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm proud of my Italian heritage.
I'm so Ukrainian, like Eastern European. Like I literally, my last name is it's Suzdaltsev, which means like a person of Suzdal. Suzdal is like the foundational city that started the like Russian Empire, or like the Soviet, not the Soviet Empire, but like the like Kievan Rus. Like Suzdal is like the oldest city. So I could not be more Ukrainian, Eastern European, whatever.
Perfect candidate for the Ukrainian army right here.
I'm saying I'm first in line. There's I can't fight it. Another funny thing too is that on an aside, like I was born in Ukraine, right? But I moved here like right before the Soviet Union collapsed. So technically, like the state that I was born in doesn't exist anymore. And I tried to go visit Ukraine like 10 years ago, and they wouldn't let me. They were like, you're not a citizen of this country. You're not like you need a visa. You need to like apply.
Sir,
I was like,
please.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of Ukrainians in there, buddy. Okay, yeah. You're just gonna have to get that visa. I mean, I think they have probably good reasons in the previous decade.
Jordan's gonna be joining us in a
not wanting
second.
just anyone to come in.
We can keep we'll keep both people in, but
do you have a configuration for 4 screens at once?
I'm just gonna keep it on the
Zoom or
the one that we're on now, like the election results in the background, and I can stack it.
Okay.
Yeah. Here, I'll double.
Would I be able to see you yet, or
not
no?
me, but you'll be able to see Jordan, and I know you love his beautiful face.
That guy's such an idiot. I hate him.
Yeah, you guys are gonna really get into it here in a second. It's gonna be fisticuffs. You ready for a big fight? What else happened this year? We got, remember when the Olympics happened and Republicans got real upset about a boxer that was not trans? Let's see.
How'd that go?
Turns out it was a woman. What else happened?
I don't know. I don't know about that.
It seems like there was an assassination attempt, but I feel like if there was an assassination attempt, I would have heard something about that. Seemed like that would have been more.
I don't. No, on the former president. Oh wow, my pits are. It's not good over here.
Man.
You're very jail-like.
Yeah, I'm getting in jail shape over here.
Yeah.
It's gonna be tough on the inside. I want to be the least cucked cuck in the political prison. You guys notice that like Trump's ear looks fine?
He showed it to Joe Rogan and he was like, it doesn't really look like anything happened.
Yeah, no, like that's the whole assassination like conspiracy thing was so funny. Like I was like, oh, Democrats definitely are capable of like being fucking insane like that, because like the whole idea, like there was definitely a guy who definitely fired a gun, and so like what your version of events is, this guy just aimed a little bit to the left. No, that's ridiculous. Too risky. But the idea that the bullet actually like pierced his ear is, I don't know about that. Because
the image is crazy because you can see it going by. I mean, it could have been glass or whatever, but still.
I don't know. Like, unless the bullet just like paper cut grazed his ear, it doesn't make any sense.
He's the luckiest man on earth.
He's the luckiest man. I think that's it. I think it barely grazed his ear.
I'm not going to be.
He wishes it was worse.
In no way, in no fucking way, am I going to be like someone on Twitter that's claiming that the assassination attempt didn't happen. But it is insane that he was given like a love tap. It was barely there.
He got like the perfect. It was the perfect assassination attempt, like the most perfect that he could have. Possibly
like the recreation that someone did where it like shows him mapped out and the angle of the bullet is legitimately insane.
Yeah,
maybe there is a god. Listen, I don't know. I'm not religious.
There's a god and he sucks.
And he loves Trump.
Yeah.
That wouldn't surprise me even the slightest bit. What do we know about God?
Yeah,
that's
God
what this is about to turn into.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is the luckiest man.
Oh, there's Jordan.
Oh God.
Oh, look at this fucking Twitch streamer wearing his fucking golf clothes. Oh God, this fucking champagne socialist over here looking.
He's got
so excited about another 4 years of Trump because it's good for the business.
For golf.
It's good for
let's
golf.
Rip on him and not let him talk at all.
Yeah.
I love your background, dude. Is that soundproofing? I just soundproofed my closet. Yeah.
It looks like you're. It looks like you're inside of like a very fancy dragon. Like you've been eaten by a fancy dragon.
Yeah.
How you feeling, Jordan? What's the vibes down at Jordan HQ?
Let's hear this.
Oh, not great. I mean, I did see Elliot was getting ready for a potential prison sentence.
Yeah.
And I figured one way to avoid that would be to assimilate. So I'm going with like a Boogaloo Boy shirt.
Yeah.
I'm like, I want to signal to
the
Trump regime that
that guy's
I'm
right wing. Just look at him.
I got my Prime.
Oh yeah.
Good. Yeah.
Anything I can do to get out of this prison sentence.
Why do you have
willing to
Prime? Dude, why do you have Prime?
Why do you have Prime?
Did you get that in a Lunchly?
Yeah.
Did you buy a Lunchly?
Yeah.
Yeah, I tossed out the mold. No, I was on a get out the vote trip in Arizona and Nevada with some coworkers, and as a joke, I was like, "Oh, I'm gonna get this when we're on a road trip," and I thought it would be bad, and I tried it.
It's a good prop.
It's really good, and I hate that it's good.
I saw one today, and I was like, "Wouldn't that be kind of funny to get a Prime for the stream?" And then I got Celsius instead.
How it starts. And
Yeah.
it's really good.
I'm sure it is.
What flavor do you have that's good?
That?
What flavor do you have?
It's the Rocket Pop. It's like the.
Oh yeah,
It's on a discount now because it's a 4th of July one. So he went down to the grocery outlet, got the leftovers.
But overall, not a great night.
No, not really.
I can't say it was totally unexpected. I think the last week, and maybe I don't know how you all
last
have felt.
6 months.
Now they haven't counted the British vote yet, so.
True. And we still have, I know, at least a couple semi trucks of illegal votes that are coming in. I've been on the phone with the logistics guys tonight. Those are expected to come in around 3 or 4 a.m. Eastern.
This map is fucking bullshit. I voted 100 times and you can't even tell.
I wasted so much time voting.
Yeah. Do you know how hard it is to steal ballots from all of my neighbors?
Ted Cruz
and then
survives
vote in their
another
name?
re-election fight in Texas.
Yeah. That's old news.
That's awful.
Slippery Ted, they call him. He's so slippery.
They call him Vacation Ted. Cancun Cruz.
Yeah.
Cancun Cruz. People are heading for the exits at Howard University, where Harris is holding her election night party.
Oof.
It's giving like Janet Center vibe.
Yeah.
She's supposed to come out tonight to talk, but it's like it's reminiscent of Hillary in 2016, who's not going to concede. Will come out and say, like, we'll see tomorrow,
there's stuff
then
coming in. What do you think about Pennsylvania and Michigan right now?
some really troubling stuff out of Michigan.
Yeah.
It looks like Harris is going to lose Dearborn. Who could have foreseen
Well,
this?
oh my gosh, the city with all the Muslims in it. I got hit in the head and have been in a coma for the last year. Why would the Muslims in Dearborn not want to vote for the Democrat for president, Jordan?
Well, Elliot, I think I texted you guys a tweet, and if I haven't, I can send it to you. Someone is on Twitter saying that it's just, quote, pure sexism why Dearborn would not be voting for him.
Yeah, those Muslims, they hate women. They make them dress up in bathrobes that have a hood. They're basically Klans members. They make their women dress up like Klan hoods, from what I can tell. So it must be that. Couldn't be any other reason.
Yeah, I think that's the assumption we should all operate with under. And I mean, look, let's be real. Like, jokes aside, if Harris does lose this, expect more of that, and to a much greater extent than we saw in 2016, where people wanted to oversimplify.
Jordan, turn up your
the reason
microphone.
Why Democrats turn up my microphone?
Yeah,
you're so soft spoken.
Are you sure? I don't know if we want to hear
Let
him
me
louder.
get Jules out of here. Is that anybody?
You're low.
Get him out!
You're still low.
Still low.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Crank
I'm
up your
gonna talk
preamp.
loud.
Well, he's
baby.
like Jordan's like bringing the mic like this. Like,
true,
of course,
yeah.
his volume's going to be low.
I need him to
I
crank
like
it
to
up.
talk like this.
Anyway,
Is that
the
any better?
blame
That's a little
game.
bit better, yeah.
The blame game is going to be fucked up this time. Worse than even like the last.
It's going to be
worse than 2016.
It's going to be, you picked Tim Walz, a Marxist, communist, to be your vice presidential pick. It's going to be everything except for, what the polling showed, which is you shouldn't campaign to try and pull Republican votes away from Republican candidates because they don't care about you.
Yeah. It's
we can vote for
the
the real
Republicans
thing.
got it. Trump got it right with turnout. That's how he wins, is getting people who didn't vote before 2016 to keep going to the polls. And Democrats, other than Bernie Sanders, who was they took care of that. But other than the Bernie primary, like turnout, they just don't fucking care about turnout. It's weird.
I think
Yeah,
it's
they're
crazy.
gonna-
I don't know if you guys saw that story in the Atlantic about the last few weeks of the campaign. It was a great
The one where he
story.
called him the R word.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Insane.
Insane.
And
Yeah.
an insane story. And I read it the other day, and it gave me so much hope because I still I believed in the idea that you kind of have to run a good campaign to win. You kind of have to give a shit and try and do good things. And then no, you don't. You really don't. You can insult your voters to their faces. You can bring out Elon to do his weird X jump and embarrass himself. You don't have to do good things if you're going for fascism.
Yeah,
so
there's
I don't know where that leaves us.
Another one that I hope a lesson they learn is podcasts are the media that people consume most, and in lieu of actually hanging out with friends, people hang out with virtual friends via podcasts. At least a lot of lonely men in this country do. I know I do. And Trump went on a lot of those fucking things. with obviously with a audience that was already going to be friendly to him. But I mean, again with Bernie, I mean, he went on Rogan, and I know Joe Rogan can't remember anything except whatever the last person he talked to told him, but he was very receptive to having that pitch to him. And the Harris campaign, I think they went on like Call Her Daddy, and it's like, yeah, okay. Everyone listening to that podcast, I'm sorry, is already voting for you. They're well aware of what the situation is with abortion right now. They're not going to vote for Trump. And she, I think, had the opportunity to go on Rogan and didn't. And I don't know how many minds she would have changed, but it would have been probably nice to have these people hear it straight from her mouth, like what she's about, instead of what they hear about her, which is coming from these sources, which are not painting it in the best light. So that's one lesson.
No, if Harris would have been the best person for Rogan, I think Walls would have been. And
yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
One of the missteps that I think they made was sidelining him, and there's so
gotta
many.
Gotta stop calling him weird. You can't call him weird.
Right, like we talk. Like I heard you guys talking earlier about the energy in the first like week or two after the switch, and certainly part of that was just the relief that Biden, who was for sure going to lose, and by a much greater degree than what we're seeing tonight, the relief that he wasn't in the picture anymore. So part of it was, yeah, it's just somebody different, but also then the selection of Walls really invigorated a lot of people because he was plain spoken. He had a decent track record. He was relatable, and he was able to punch back, which is what so many of us wanted to see to this growing fascist and white nationalist movement on the right. And then they just sequestered him for an extended period of time for no reason. He comes back for the debate, looks god awful, stumbles throughout the entire thing, doesn't look like his fiery, punchy self. Near the end of the campaign, they kind of let him loose again, but it was, I guess, too late. In that period, and this is why Vance did so well in the debate, Vance was doing a ton of interviews, even with adversarial and like legacy media outlets, and he was able to refine his answers and ultimately his deflections for tough questions, tough topics. That's why he looked more polished in that debate.
Well, Vance also has like that sociopath gene that all the venture capital Silicon Valley guys have, where their heart rate never goes above 65, and you can ask them literally any question and they'll confidently respond to you in a way that they have calculated will seem inoffensive and sane to you. So I mean, like, Tim Walz being a normal person without that sociopath gene was always going to be at a disadvantage. And yeah, but you're right. It didn't help that he should have been out there all over the place. He's a likable guy. And yeah, they put him in the dog kennel. Stupid.
And it felt like they were replicating that part of the Clinton 2016 campaign where they wanted to make it about her. And, you know, Tim Kaine was a nobody, but we just saw that. I don't know if you all saw that bit on SNL where they even referred to it. Like, people don't even remember him anymore.
Sorry, everyone. There was music playing on a new scene that I kicked over to so we could see everyone's cameras better. My apologies. Turned it down. Thank you.
Who's running this? Kamala Harris?
Amateur hour over here.
Anyway, continue.
Yeah, but it felt very foolish. There are so many mistakes, and I'm sure we'll all identify more and more as time goes on. It seems like many of the patterns that led to Clinton's demise in 2016 were replicated here. And it's many of the same consultants and advisors.
Yeah, I read a book. I think you might have read it. A book on the Clinton 2016 campaign. I cannot remember the title, but it was written by two journalists who had previously written a book, basically a hagiography of Hillary Clinton. And so it was interesting to see them have a very unvarnished look at the 2016 campaign and why it failed. And yeah, it was just basically putting on blinders and not having their finger on the pulse at all of how people perceived her, and also her being stubborn in a way that was really egotistical and not helpful at all. And I don't know. You can't exactly pin it all on Kamala Harris this time because she was very much this was a weird campaign, and I think the party and the Biden administration had a lot of input, and the machine that was in place had to just fill a new role on very late notice. But yeah, a lot of these people, like, how do these people still keep getting hired campaign after campaign when shit like that happens? I don't get it. Everyone who worked for Hillary in 2016 should have been kicked out of DC, and they're back every time.
I think part of that is pretty easy to explain, that like there is this sort of new generation of like political strategists and commentators and like I hate to say it like this, but like people like us who do have insights into politics, and the like Democratic Party is truly terrified of hiring any of us because we're farther left and because we are critical of what they've been doing, and there is an enormous amount of ego that we're up against. And I think we see that with these strategists, we see that with the Democratic Party. Also a bit of good news. The NYT needle has moved from 91% chance
It's a scab. It's a scab needle.
89%. Yeah, it's true. It's a scab needle, but we've dropped 2% in his chances of victory. We're only at 89%.
There we go. Small victories.
The lock. It's a lock.
It's 165.
Obama's tweeting about it. He's like, well, now hold on. There's still lots of votes to count. And that's the thing. It's like this is a very, and it deserves to be a very solemn part of the stream because it's undeniable. It looks fucking awful right now. Having said that,
I mean, regardless of what happens,
yeah.
Regardless of what happens, clearly Trumpism is alive and fucking well in this country, and that alone is depressing as fuck.
Andrew Lawrence said what I was, in fewer words than what I said earlier, but just tweeted a little bit ago. I just think fascism is incredibly appealing to a lot of people, and that's something we kind of hit on before. Where that's the saddest part about all of this is that it wasn't so much a protest vote one way or the other. People actually embraced this outlook on life.
Yeah, well, as long as they're the ones.
Well, they all think that they're the ones that are going to reap the benefits of it, and they never think that they're going to be the ones that have their faces eaten.
Yeah, no, every person I know who's like second gen Latino, which being in this part of the country is a lot of people, they're like, I've got relatives who are fully in the tank for Trump. They got the merch and shit. I just don't fucking get it. And that is a phenomenon that is very interesting because these people have all convinced themselves that they're on the team.
Yeah.
It's like, you're not on the fucking team. I'm sorry. Like, the people you're teaming up with, they don't like you. If they could, they would roll back immigration 100 years.
Yeah, and it's not.
They'd do a hard reset.
There's gonna be, if it goes the way it goes, it's gonna be a lot of problems for a lot of people, women, minorities, gay people who within a lot of people voting now for the first time, like, weren't even fucking cognitively aware of a time before gay marriage was legal. It's just, there's a lot of progress we've made that is going to get rolled back even further.
I'm terrified of, I mean, I know this is like last place, but I'm also pretty terrified of the economic repercussions of what Trump has been talking about. Like
the tariffs? Yeah, it's fucking stupid. It's like,
we're going to be fucked.
I mean, you were right earlier when you said like economics is it's just witchcraft. It's not really like, no one who talks about
some stuff is just fucking.
There are some basic fucking facts, and like tariffs is it's a pretty straight up simple calculation, and it doesn't work, and that's why we don't do them a lot. It has negative results, and I guess it's been long enough since we did any tariffs that or any like a ton of them that we're gonna try it again. We're going to see what happens. And if it doesn't work, that's your fault.
The Republicans need two more Senate seats to flip to have control of the Senate.
Oh, and they probably will.
Yeah, they need one more seat to guarantee control of the Senate.
I mean, that one flip in Ohio was a huge...
Yeah, Ohio and Texas.
I mean, Texas they preserved, but they just needed to win 4 overall. And flipping Ohio is huge because they'll probably win Montana. They probably will not win Arizona. They might win Pennsylvania. Bob
Is
Casey
Carrie
will
Lake
lose
gonna
to Dave
win?
No,
Okay.
no, she's
Small
down by like
victories.
6. Yeah, I mean that's going to be, and there are many ticket splits that are starting to shake out. Like Gallego's probably going to win that, but Trump might win the state. Trump won Missouri, but Missouri reversed its total abortion ban.
The Senate.
Yeah.
Wait.
Florida did not. Florida said we hate abortion and we're going to make sure it's extremely difficult.
But no, Florida said they want it, but because it was a 60% threshold, 57% of voters saying they wanted it was not enough. Like what fucking bullshit is that? They do want it.
Yeah, they've got
It's
they've
a
got
tyranny
the
of
Senate.
the minority.
They got the Senate. It's they got 88 senators. Or wait. Anyway, they got 50.
Yeah.
Now it's just whatever's left over.
I'm honestly, this is all fucking horrible, but like I'm also really unbelievably not looking forward to President Vance in like what? 2
Yeah,
months?
in like a year.
Yeah, that's something that doesn't get talked about enough, but like I don't know. Maybe he does seem to have the luckiest streak in the history of lucky streaks, but the man doesn't seem healthy. He doesn't seem all there. There's a decent chance. I mean, there was always a decent chance that Joe Biden was going to drop dead at some point in his term, and I'd say the same is true for Trump. He's like 2 years younger, but whatever. And Trump is less healthy lifestyle than Biden. So yeah, there's a real possibility we get President JD Vance, who would I think be our youngest president ever. Who it was Kennedy and Obama were like mid 40s, and Vance is
38.
38.
Vance is
He's
40,
like younger than me, I think.
Yeah.
So
Vance
that
is
would be
40.
wild.
Vance is
So
40?
he's 40.
Damn.
He's Ricky's age.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yikes.
As the adult in the room, I'm going to remind everyone to calm down because Kamala Harris just got 4 more electoral college votes, everybody. Woo!
What'd she get? Maine?
Hawaii. Take that, conservatives.
Fighting.
Oh, man.
Aloha.
Aloha. Thank you, Brett
Yeah.
Dominic, for the dono. Appreciate it. Well, guys, I think we should go. We got another half hour before no news happens. So, what do you want to do now? I don't know what to do. We've watched
Do you
all
have any
our
more
clips.
We watched all the clips.
We do.
Yeah.
I do have one, but none that are relevant to what we've been talking about. I have the supercut of when we were all having fun and people were calling each other weird. But we've already talked about that. We already did the RNC. I know that there is one that I want to play. One of my favorite clips from this election cycle. Let me find it and put it into the screen here.
There's always Trumpy Bear, and there's always, oh my God,
No, I have one better than that,
vote.
I have one
I
better
will
than that.
vote for Donald Trump.
Let me find
Banger.
Yes, this
that
is
might be the only good thing that came out of his campaign.
This is the one
That was a
I was looking
2020 thing. I didn't see it until this cycle, but
I mean, all of his campaigns. That's the only good thing that came out.
Yeah.
That's good.
Here we go. I'm gonna
They
play this
redid
now.
it,
Okay,
though.
here you go. This is
They
my
redid it in English
One of my
this time.
favorite things of this election cycle.
花迢迢北风萧萧，
天地一片苍茫。
一剑寒梅好比雪中，
只为一人飘香。
爱花树外，
无怨无悔。
That's all. That's all I wanted to do. My favorite, the only good AI thing, Trump coming out.
it's still playing for me.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
enjoying it.
It's over with now.
Well, where do
So,
you
yeah,
want to
who's-
move to?
China, obviously, it's
Yeah,
the fucking
number one.
future. Look at that shit.
Yep. I heard when you get there, they give you, they show you the actual TikTok.
My brother was working in China for like 3 months last year, and he was like kind of dreading it going into it. And within like a couple of days, he's like, "This place fucking rules. This place is fucking awesome." I mean, he was in Shanghai, which like I think is
Jordan, do
better,
they have
better place to be than Beijing, but he fucking loved it.
Do they have golf over there in China? You're muted. Wait, are you muted? There you go.
I think probably. I know it's huge in Korea and to an extent Japan.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm staying here. I'm going down with this ship, baby. This is my country.
I'm not from here. I don't give a shit.
Yeah,
I like it here.
You're out.
But,
You're
like,
out.
I'm out. I will get deported.
Yeah.
Like there's no probably to Mexico. Like I don't think that he's gonna send me to Ukraine.
I would be happy to take over your lease in New York. It's a very lovely location.
Thank you, but no, I'm getting priced out. I think this is my last year in Manhattan.
Damn.
I'm getting
What?
crazy priced out. Yeah, maybe.
It is. Everyone I know who lives there got like just extremely weirdly lucky finding their place,
and so they just have to stay there.
Yeah, that's why. I mean, it's like a not confirmation bias, but survivor bias. Like, yeah, you know them because they're there because they're can't do it otherwise. Idiot.
Yeah, if you just go out and rent the first apartment you find that you like, you're going to be paying $8,000 a month for 400 square feet. But there's you just get lucky. Some of these landlords don't give a shit. They're just like, yeah, whatever, fine.
No, I love where I live, but like, no, they raised my rent. Like, New York just passed like kind of a rent cap thing, and I emailed my landlord and I was like, "What are you guys gonna do about it?" And he's like, "Raise your rent as much as legally possible."
Every single year, yeah.
Do
they have rent control in Manhattan?
They passed a thing called the Good Cause Law, which basically caps rent increases. I think for I don't want to say everybody because I'll probably be wrong, but like pretty much everybody, to like it's like 5% above what the inflation rate is. So this year is like 8% so yep, they raised my rent exactly. Like just such an asshole move to just go like to the dollar. But yeah, I'm probably getting priced out next year. It's fine.
I had a landlord that
LA.
I mean, we did. I think I haven't looked at any of the LA results, but it seems like they're.
Yeah, we should probably
can't remember. One of them was expanding rent control. I had a rent controlled apartment for like 9 years, and the rules, it was like 3% annually, which doesn't seem like a lot, but when you live there for 9 years and they raise it 3% every year, like it adds up.
Yeah.
And by the end, I was just like, oh, God, I need to buy a house. Like I can't live like this. It's going up too fast.
Too fast.
My grandma has rent control in LA, and I'm trying to figure out how do I get on that lease and take over that because I want that. It's in Los Feliz, which would be great.
Oh,
Sorry
yeah!
Sorry for doxing my grandma, but
it's a very walkable. It's a lovely walkable neighborhood.
I love Los Feliz.
Very expensive to move to first time, but if you're you've got the rent control.
Listen, dude, her rent, she's like a 1-bedroom. It's fine. It's it's larger than my place. And I think she's paying like $800 a month. And I'm like, yeah, that sounds great. That's like, let's get me on that lease. Let's do it.
That's fucking wild.
Yeah. Jordan,
that's like what I paid for like a shitty apartment in like 2008.
Okay, it's official now. Republicans have won control of the U.S. Senate.
Yep.
Thanks to Deb Fischer, a Republican in Nebraska. That was the final one.
Oh.
Okay. And so Jordan, I need some copium.
We got none.
How do we get to 270?
We can't.
I mean, they're gonna have to somehow win Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin.
Yes,
that would be enough. I think
15,
they can
19,
they do that.
So yeah.
If that would be 270 on the dot if she wins Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and then assuming Minnesota continues to go her way, which I think it will.
Yeah.
But right now,
Arizona's still very close. Nevada is not reporting. They say it takes days.
Nevada's going to take a couple days.
Yeah.
It's
New
these
Mexico's
three-
sort of close.
Trump's up in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania.
Yeah. And he's also up in Georgia by 120,000 votes. Huh. Razor thin, as they say. Well, anyways, that's pretty much all we're going to get for tonight.
Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing. It's all going to come down to counting in the mail-in ballots and the people that are still waiting in line in some cases. If you're in line, stay in line. It's not happening on the East Coast anymore, probably, but there's probably some places on the West Coast and in Hawaii.
Hawaii,
Yeah.
Alaska.
Mm-hmm.
I think the West Coast polls are all closed, right?
Yeah, but if there is for some reason.
Oh,
a
if you're
line-
in line, yeah, stay in line.
Yeah.
Here's how Kamala can still win.
Yeah. Well, thank you guys for joining us. And once again, suffering through another election. I really appreciate everyone who joined, especially our guests. We had Brandon, we had Phil, we had Jules, we had Jordan. We had some fun videos to watch. Not really fun in retrospect because things are about to be really bleak. But again, tomorrow's another day. We will be doing a video probably Thursday, I guess, so that stuff can come in and we can have a better idea. But let's just hope that much like last time when we ended the stream and everything changed, that we are going to have that effect again. If you believe in superstitions.
I don't know. I feel like there's only a finite amount of magic.
I need you to find me 10,000 electoral college votes.
Well,
Jules, where can people find you?
Oh, you can find me on Twitter, formerly known as X, at Jules_SU. And you can watch my show, Good Morning Bad News, on TikTok and Instagram. And I bet you're going to be doing a lot of content this coming year and the next 4 years.
I was hoping not to.
Yeah, I've slowed down publishing because I'm like, things are bad, but like, nope, things are about to get really bad every single day.
Hey, Jules. Hey, Jules.
What's up, buddy?
Good morning. Bad news.
Do the line.
That's gonna be you tomorrow and every morning.
Good morning.
For the rest of your life.
Man, I hate working.
Do the line.
Nightmare. Good morning. Bad news.
Yeah,
There it is.
Wow.
Hey,
Amazing.
It's the TikTok man.
Jordan, you're all Intercept boy now, huh? You're doing
I'll get
videos
to
for
that in a
Intercept
second.
on Instagram. Tell
I
the
can
people
never
where you
keep
work.
track of where you work.
Yeah.
Yeah, you keep
He
getting
works on the
fired,
golf
dude.
course.
It's crazy.
Everywhere. Yeah, you could find me on the golf course on the weekends with my good friends Elliot and Ricky. Ricky, we just have to twist his arm to get him out there. But
Hey, but when I go, I'm really good, apparently.
You're decent.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh,
Wait, hold on.
Instagram-
Kamala got one more electoral college. She got another one. It's not over yet. Okay, keep going. You can keep going.
What'd she get?
Maine?
Omaha goes for Nebraska. Nebraska goes
What?
for Harris.
No fucking way. No.
No, it's the single district in Nebraska.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh.
So one
District
electoral
2.
college vote.
Okay.
Yep.
The other one went to Trump.
65 to go. All right. Anyways, keep going, Jordan.
Instagram at Jordan Yule _. Do videos for The Intercept as well. Find me on the Young Turks sometimes. But then also starting this week, I am one of the hosts of The Intercept's new podcast, The Intercept Briefing. First episode will drop later this week.
I'm sure it's going to be a
Breaking
doozy.
down
What a great week of content to start on with the presidential election.
That's right. Breaking down these election results, as bad as they might turn out to be.
Yeah. Anyways, yes, thank you for joining us. Everyone, go follow them at Jordan Uhl, not Yule. Yule sounds like Christmas. And Jules, check out all of their stuff. And thank you, everyone. Oh, there's a cat.
Yep,
Elliot, is your
she
dog
is.
near you to say bye?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, everyone, for watching. Thank you guys for joining us. We'll have a new video up as soon as we know more. It's not over. It's just not looking great. So go enjoy the rest of your nights, and we're going to go do that as well. Thank you for joining us. Bye-bye.
Good night, everyone.
Bye-bye.
I'm sorry.